Time now is 10:06 a.m. We do have a proposed agenda here before us. Presiding is myself, Seth Amon, Speaker of the 24th Nation Council. Good morning again, everyone. Before we continue, let's go ahead and get a roll call and make ourselves official, and then we'll go on from there. With that, on a roll call, Mr. Vella, and we'll be doing that this morning so far. Mr. Vella?
Honorable Elmer Begay. Honorable Elmer Begay. Honorable Elmer Begay did not answer roll call. Honorable T. Allen Begay Jr. Honorable T. Allen Begay Jr. Honorable T. Allen Begay Jr. did not answer roll call. Honorable Paul Begay Jr.
Delegate Paul Begay is present.
Honorable Paul Begay Jr. answered roll call. Honorable Nathaniel Brown. Honorable Nathaniel Brown. Honorable Nathaniel Brown did not answer roll call. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton.
Delegate Charles Newton is present.
Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton answered roll call. Honorable Amber Kanasakadi.
Yati Shema, Delegate Amber Kanasakadi. I'm on the call. Thank you.
Amber Kanasakadi answered roll call. Speaker Damon. Honorable Speaker Damon is present. Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr. Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr. Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr. did not answer roll call. Honorable Mark Freeland.
Good morning, Shema. Delegate Freeland's on. Good morning, colleagues.
Honorable Mark Freeland answered roll call. Honorable Tanal Halona. Honorable Tanal Halona. Honorable Tanal Halona did not answer roll call. Honorable Jamie Henyo. Honorable Jamie Henyo. Honorable Jamie Henyo did not answer roll call. Honorable Vince James. Honorable Vince James. Honorable Vince James did not answer roll call. Honorable Rick Nez.
Delegate Rick Nez is present.
Honorable Rick Nez answered roll call. Honorable Carl Slater.
Delegate Slater, present.
Honorable Carl Slater answered roll call. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. did not answer roll call. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr.
Present.
Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. answered roll call. Honorable Charlene So.
Present.
Honorable Charlene So answered roll call. Honorable Daniel So. Honorable Daniel So. Honorable Daniel So did not answer roll call. Honorable Eugene So.
Oh, cautious case. Oh.
Honorable Eugene So answered roll call. Honorable Otto So.
I am present. Thank you.
Honorable Otto So answered roll call. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. did not answer roll call. Honorable Edison Winika. Honorable Edison Winika is present. Honorable Evan Yazzie.
Yeah.
Honorable Evan Yazzie answered roll call. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair did not answer roll call. Going back up. Honorable Elmer Begay. Honorable Elmer Begay. Honorable Elmer Begay did not answer roll call. Honorable T. Allen Begay Jr. Honorable T. Allen Begay Jr. Honorable T. Allen Begay Jr. did not answer roll call. Honorable Nathaniel Brown. Honorable Nathaniel Brown. Honorable Nathaniel Brown did not answer roll call. Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr. Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr. Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr. did not answer roll call. Honorable Tanal Halona. Honorable Tanal Halona. Honorable Tanal Halona did not answer roll call. Honorable Jamie Henyo. Honorable Jamie Henyo. Honorable Jamie Henyo did not answer roll call. Honorable Vince James. Honorable Vince James. Honorable Vince James did not enter roll call. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. did not enter roll call. Honorable Daniel So. Honorable Daniel So. Honorable Daniel So did not enter roll call. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. did not enter roll call. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair did not enter roll call. With that, Mr. Speaker, you have 13 members that entered roll call. Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much, Mr. Villa. With that, colleagues, 13 members present. We do have a quorum this morning. Again, thank you everyone for being online. That, moving on down to invocation. This morning, we did have a RDC leadership meeting that was held there at 8 o'clock. And we had the honor of Honorable Mark Freeland doing a invocation for not only the day, but for the nation. So again, thank you, Honorable Freeland. We'll take that as our invocation for the day. For doing that invocation again, Honorable Freeland. So with that, colleagues, let's move it on down to item number 2, recognizing guests and visiting officials. Are there any recognitions this morning, colleagues?
Speaker,
Yes, Honorable Freeland.
Speaker, good morning, colleagues, staff, good morning. Just want to say good morning to all of our chapters out there and recognize them, all of our officials and all of our staff. The 8 regional that I represent, Crown Point, good morning, Shada Capitan, Johnny Johnson at Te'ai, Vanessa at Nahadishkish, Mr. Perry at Vicente and the officials there, Mr. Henry at Lake Valley, Mr. Padilla, White Rock and Lake Valley, Mr. Woody at Herfano and Naizi, and is Mr. Chavez, and all the officials of all the 110 chapters this morning. I wanted to thank them for all their work this morning. And, these past few weeks have been a lot of information and preparation. And, I really want to applaud the chapters for what they're doing and how they're working to benefit our people. And, I had several chapter meetings this past week, and just to get updates on what they're doing and how they're moving forward. It's really a lot of enthusiasm and preparation for our people. So I just want to say good morning to all the chapters and our officials and our staff out there. Thank you. Our divisions, our division directors, our all the departments on the Navajo Nation government. Thank you for everything that you all do as well, and moving forward and how we can work together to benefit our people. So Eddie, Chairman, Speaker, thank you.
Speaker. Chairman Damon, Vice Chair Smith.
Yes, we go to Chairman Yazzie first, Vice Chair Smith. Chairman Yazzie, and then Honorable Vice Chair Smith.
Yeah, good morning, Speaker, and then to all the staff and everyone that's listening, and the colleagues calling from my residence up in Coolidge, New Mexico. Just no recognition to everyone that was mentioned earlier by my colleague, Mr. Freeland. Speaker, when we're done with NABI, could you please give me a call when we're complete and done with NABI? Appreciate it.
Yes,
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Yes. With that, colleagues, moving on down, Vice Chair Smith. Vice Chair Smith.
Thank you, Speaker, Chairman Damon, Naabik'íyáti, committee members. Good morning, everybody. I just want to say for the record, I'm on board right now. I'd like to shout out to all our 110 chapters on the veterans, CVOs, and veterans that are out there that have served our great United States and have come back, and those that didn't make it back too. We honor them, and they'll never be forgotten. And the few code talkers that we have left, I'd like to also honor them, and also our service men and women that are currently in active duty, whether they're in the States or overseas or around the world here. protecting this great nation and providing freedom for our people throughout the United States. And I just want to say from the bottom of my heart, and each and every one veterans that has served and has provided service during the time that they were either drafted or whether they did voluntarily join the military service. So, also veterans on Osinigi, Gold Star mothers and Blue Star mothers, and those that have lost their loved ones in active duty. We honor them too. So I'd like to just shout out to them saying, so thank you, Speaker.
Speaker, this is Delegate. So
Thank you very much, Honorable Vice Chair Smith, for that recognition. I do have Honorable Nathaniel Brown and then yourself, Honorable Charlene, so in the queue. Honorable Brown?
Yeah, that Speaker. Ado Veshbansa an 24th Navajo Nation Council. Ado anas koshik edo shudane kudon das nashis kan tikan chahagi. Eke the shnido lesson kinan shudashini. Ado Shaya did Kobanson look up as a sheen Kiani does a chate as a foundational. I don't lay the Nebana Shanigaya Chilchin be Todo Danahot, so Ado Todanishi Ado Craigie Dainishanta Aya Todanishi Jessa Shamabedishno a Baran Adik a Koho Ladan Kakai do and then Kakanachan hidden there. A Kohon lay Baba had the dog Zinsigaya on Sandstone Housing. Although Shelby Garcia, the Sandstone Housing CEO, there's a family. Unfortunately, this family has, Shamaba Dishna. She's in a wheelchair. She's disabled, and unfortunately, the chapter officials and Kayenta Township tried to help her with NHA, trying to get her an emergency house, but there's a lot of bureaucratic process that they have to go through. So with that, I made some phone calls, and I really want to recognize the Sandstone Housing, the staff at the Kayenta Sandstone Housing and Chilchimbito Sandstone Housing. They stepped up and they gave a home to this elderly woman and her two children who also need her help in still taking care of her son. When she lost her house, we looked high and low. So I just want to let Shanant Anosini, to let you know that this is why housing is so important for our people. She needed power for her oxygen, and her own relatives wouldn't help her that live next door to her. So this is where we, as elected officials, they look to us. So I'm getting some emails requesting other additional help for other families. And I know I'm not the only one who receives this, and Speaker, I'll continue to, I know Navajo Nation, or Navajo Housing Authority Board of Commission, they're in a duly called meeting right now as we speak as well. Although, if we can work together to bring homes to our people, I think that's where a lot of the protection and the safety, the mental well-being of our people will be, is having a home, having a place to call home, and a place for their children and grandchildren. Again, Sandstone Housing, thank you in Chicago in this time of need. And then also Kim's Trading Post, one of our very own young women from Kayenta, who opened a trading post, like a thrift store, all the way in Utah. And I'm looking for volunteers, and we're going to go out there and pick up some furniture. So people like that, when you call out to our people, you'll so thank you, Kim Bennett, Kim Howard, and your family. I want to recognize them for their unwavering support for our people. To NTUA also, when I reached out to NTUA, they sent an agent out. So thank you, KN to NTUA for stepping up and helping the family also and providing power and water to what's the basic infrastructure that's much needed to our people. So they did provide that, and now the family is safe. You know, we had a thunderstorm and they were safely inside their house. So I'll continue to follow this. I know some of my fellow colleagues are working on housing initiative, and I'll do my best as well that my team is writing grants, and soon we'll be coming before the council making these requests. Speaker.
Thank you very much, Honorable Brown. With that, let me go down to Honorable Charlene Sue.
Yad Eben Shijah. Thank you. Good morning, Chair. Aro Yad Eshin on 24th Navajo Nation Council. Aro Nihitan Edasanos Angi. Thank you for joining us on this day. It's a beautiful day. Ako o Yad and Hitashnidolet. Nanish Ejanat not the national, but Agi Bashish change Hachini Dashachek, Chini Dashanala. Ako Banashagi Aro Banashigi Equek Asan. Na kreid ho St. Vision isosas arat hosakan akoyat a sagi I would like to make a request for one of our chapter managers in Lake Martha Sagboy. Tomorrow is going to be her last day. She committed 19 years to Mexican Water Chapter, 2 years to Rock Point Chapter, and 3 years to Public Health, and 18 years to Division of Community Development. Ako asko hinahasno ko 42 years. Ako is a lot about Henson. We thank a lot of our chapter managers. The time, effort, and the amount of workload that they go through is unimaginable. You know, besides council delegates, I think that in that public and political state, it's one of the most critical and the most criticized as well. So Abe and I really wish her the best in her future endeavors. And thank you, Martha Sagboy. And Nakigon Non Anna Chapter, Wilbur Capitan. On the 30th, we are preparing to have go for him, and he has committed 37 years of service to Anna Chapter, and devoted a lot of their time and skill to the advancement of their communities. The sweet son, they oversaw that. Some homes receive electricity and water. Resources that even before I became a council delegate, they were there. They stepped up to the position, and they kept their foot groundwork in, and I want to thank them from the bottom of my heart for their committed service to our communities. And I wish that they will take some time for themselves to be with their families, and hopefully for them to go on vacation with maybe their children and grandchildren, and that is well deserved. Of course, thank you, Wilbur Capitan and Martha Sagboy. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that recognition, Honorable Charlene. So with that, I do have two more of our colleagues in the queue, Madam Chair Charles Newton, and then Honorable Alma Brigade. With that, Madam Chair Charles Newton, let me turn the floor over to you on recognitions this morning.
Thank you, Speaker and colleagues. I want to say good morning, and I would like to first thank you, Speaker, and also the staff who were present on last week's walk and the statements that were made during that time, the support that was there with Delegate Otto So and Delegate Paul Begay, Delegate Amber Crotty, who were present on Friday's walk again. I think that the people were, it was an emotional day, I think, for all of us during that time, and your staff, Speaker, who assisted during that time. I just want to say thank you very much for the support, and thank you very much for putting that together. And especially thank you, Speaker, for listening to the people, for being there during that time, and for sharing your, where you stand with the issue. I do truly appreciate that. And also, to the women and to the men, to the young children who all came out during that walk, who shared similar experiences. And then most importantly, for them to take a stand to say that our leadership priorities are not the priorities of the people. I think that was really, it was really a monumental event in a lot of ways. And I do appreciate the Speaker and his staff coming out to assist. I wish the President and the Vice President were present during that time, but they weren't. And so I just, again, want to say, Speaker, during this time, you have been a very good support to not only me, but also my colleagues as well. And we all know that every single one of us is not perfect in the way that we present ourselves, especially to our people, but we try each and every day. And I just want to say thank you very much for that. And to my colleagues as well, again, who were out there, who showed their support. And then for some of my colleagues who did text me, Honorable Vince James, who wished that he was there as well, but couldn't be. So I just want to say thank you to all of my colleagues and recognize you at this time, and let you know that the people are well aware of, who was there, and they're well aware of the issue. And so I just want to say again, thank you. But at the same time, Speaker, I do want to bring some concerns here at NABI. And it's, I think that, we eventually have to talk about this. And I'd like to ask you, Speaker, at this time that we schedule in a report regarding the veterans issue. I know that we're always thanking our veterans, and that's great to do that. But I think we really need to try to start addressing the issues that they are presenting to us, the issues that are currently at the forefront. I know at Northern Agency, there was a change in leadership because of what happened, because the voices are not being heard by our veterans. So I'd like to ask a Speaker that and I'm going to send you an email with the 5 topics that I would like to, actually 6 topics that we probably should be discussing here at NABI, and that's veterans issue. The other one is, Speaker, I did send an email regarding the Navajo Nation donations that hasn't been added to the Naabik'íyáti committee. I know that the Law and Order Committee does oversee that program. Unfortunately, when that legislation was passed regarding the Navajo Nation donations, it did not come before Law and Order Committee. And I'm assuming that there was a reason why it didn't come before Law and Order Committee, but that wasn't shared with us. So we are the oversight of the department that handled the Navajo Nation donations. But because we approved the legislation, I think that it should actually come before Naabik'íyáti, and the people need to hear where the donations went. The third issue, Speaker, that I'd like to ask that we add to a Naabik'íyáti meeting is to discuss the chapter boundaries and the assistance that we offer to our people. I did question at one time what the law that says that we could only cater to our voters for each chapter. I thought that we represent all the Navajo people, but I've been getting a lot of calls from people who are saying that their chapters are not assisting them because they are not registered voters. So if we could have that discussion and talk primarily about chapter boundaries, since there are some states that are talking about having to realign their voter boundaries, and they want to try to do it based on chapter boundaries. I know that's happening here in the San Juan County for New Mexico. And then the other issue is, Speaker, I did send an email regarding the wood that has been donated by the Forestry Department, working with Dr. Calderon out of Tuba City. They are in need of some assistance in terms of traveling.
Sure. Point of order.
We could add that to the calendar.
Thank you. Madam Chair, Charles Lewin. Point Stewart?
Yes.
Yes,
Aren't
good
we
morning.
on Yes, good morning, Stella and colleagues. Aren't we on announcements? Not adding items or discussing items. This is for announcements or recognitions. Thank you, Speaker.
Recognitions. Madam Chair, Charles Lewin, we can work with you on getting those things together.
Speaker, I thought that recognition also included recognizing issues that were happening. It didn't say recognizing specifically people. As a delegate, it is our job to recognize the issues that our people are bringing forward. So if that is an issue, again, at the very beginning, I did say that I would wanted to recognize a few issues that should be brought to NABI's attention and should be added to the calendar, not specifically for today. But if it bothers Delegate Stewart in bringing these issues forward, I'll be happy to send you an email, Speaker.
Okay, thank you very much. On the veterans issues, that's the first time we're getting in a request again here at the office to have that. But regarding the chapter donations, or actually not chapter donations, but donations, we do have that one scheduled for October 14th at Naabik'íyáti Committee, Madam Chair, and then the chapter boundaries, that's one's a new one too as well. And for the firewood, we did have a response back. We didn't know who to reach out to, and we did expect them to be on today's agenda, but we just haven't had a response from them, that organization, Madam Chair. So maybe we'll have a follow-up with you to try to identify when we can get them to do a presentation. It might be as early as October 14th.
Speaker, this is Delegate Charles Newton. Can I get a clarification on something?
Yes.
Speaker, so recognition, is it clear that it's just recognizing people and not recognizing issues? I just need some clarification on that, Speaker.
Madam Chair, Charles Newton, and to members of the 24th Navajo Nation Naabik'íyáti Committee. Usually, pre-COVID, when we're recognizing guests and visiting officials, it's usually the recognitions of individuals that are in the chambers here with us, and those individuals are actually recognized, are sitting in the gallery or are here in the chambers with us. That's usually when recognizing guests and visiting officials usually happens, and it's usually towards a person or a success story, like indicated, that has been created or that has happened, and that's the reason why it's called recognizing the visiting official who has completed something, or a guest who might not be an elected official but or might have completed a task that has served the better of the nation. That's usually historically what that is. Since then, Madam Chair, Charles Newton, recognizing guests and visiting officials has actually moved beyond, and the reason why is because there's been numerous times delegates have recognized organizations and had recognizing these organizations that are not in the chambers or nowhere near the chambers, but recognizing their efforts in the community that they do represent, Madam Chair, Charles Newton. But to get down to the nitty gritty of it, where it's just recognizing guests or visiting officials, and then at that point, if there's any further announcements or recommendations to the committee, those usually happen at announcements. Thank you, Madam Chair, which is at the end of the agenda.
Thank you, Speaker, for that clarification.
Thank you. With that, we move on down. Honorable Elmer Begay on recognizing guests and visiting officials.
Good morning, Speaker.
Oh, good morning.
The members of the Naabik'íyáti committee, members, each and every one of you, people that are on the line too. So, I've had a recognition and probably go with a little of what they're doing. Will almost be like an announcement too. But I'd like to recognize some people that I know out in White Cone area. The person that's organizing this is his name is Gibson Garney. He's a herbalist, and then also hot coffee, and then also he's a cancer for some ceremonies. His late dad, his name was Hoskin Garney. His name was Hoskin Garney. He did about almost 5 ceremonies. So all the young, all the people, the sons, among themselves, they started using these ceremonies. So right now, there's Gibson Garney and Dale Garney and then Gilbert Garney, and the 2 is Leroy Begay, and the other one is another 2, Jonathan Luce. So they're organizing a prayer Friday, the 25th, out in the White Cone area, protection prayer to fight against the new variants, data Delta COVID. So even then also the new into this new October, which is the Hajjishito, the harvest of the new crops that we have, and people that they're recognizing people that planted, even though it was this pandemic, even though we're going through this drought, but some people still, they planted back in the early spring and the springtime, and then they harvest that, and so we could have some abundance of some produce to use it for ceremonies, and maybe throughout the winters, and then next springtime there'll be some more for us to plant again. Either recognizing that. So, and then on the 26th, on Saturday morning, they'll be doing the 4 direction of offerings. One of these hatkafis that met that were taught to do that, and they can be doing that from their dad. So I just wanted to recognize these people that are in harmony with us in whatever we have, and try to go about it that way, and try to survive, and try to protect us. So what are the kasas, or they're the frontline people to me, at the main time, that they don't want to lose the heritage, even their language, our ceremonies up on CKs, and we want this to make it known again that we still hot coffees out here, but that we're like just all of us. We're not greatest. We're not doing anything, but we can get hurt, and we lost some of these hot coffees through that. So we're like everybody else. And we need help too, but people think that we're the greatest, but we need help, but we don't say much. This is what their thoughts are. But people comes around, we help them whenever they're in need, really need help. Nahoti is how they come around and we help them out. But we're not the greatest. We need help too, but people get help here and there. But people think that Hakatis are the greatest and things like that. They don't add, and we need help too. Hey, I'll answer that case. That's all. Just want to recognize them throughout the reservation. Hakatis are there. Recognize them and I pray for them. That we need some more. Maybe today, maybe this evening, throughout the day, when a child will come into this world to be a Hakati. So in this case, just want to recognize that. Speaker, thank you.
Thank you very much. Honorable MPA with that recognition. That, colleagues, let me move on down. I do have Honorable Otto So next. Honorable Otto So. Honorable Otto So. Honorable Otto So going twice. Honorable Otto So going 3 times. That, colleagues, I don't have any other recognitions. Oh,
Chairman Kealan, I've been texting.
sorry, Jay. I just now got notified. Sorry. Jay, the floor is yours.
Chairman, the cat Nando Liskudo, Ado Kudo, Bishbans on the Glenigi Quaggin Naabik'íyáti committee had Nigo Quaggin, yeah. Ginane Kay. Ado Kudo, Nebe Holzi, Nigo Ecuador, Bana, Holji, Baby Nashiko Quagge. Shmayaj bit snow, Kudo Abedini, but not down, she stood out, Ashiaj, she, Shahne, a coco, Snago, Shashi, Chin, the Bay, Jewish Kedon, Nanata, Baby Nachiko Shade, Okudo, Shmayaj Bedini, any Kudo, Miss Navajo, 2021 to 2022. Niagara Rock Picture, Diego, go on Latin, Pinion, do Salana Cottonwood, what George Artin, Bamado Bajana, Shiki Baby Nachico Ecuador, Deed Miss Navajo and Lindigi, what ego, Ecuador, Bicanahatini, Ado, Shisido by Hinson, do. Ado the Quigoshi, Abahazano, EJ Benanish, Ila, a coco, the Telecommunications, Ado Salon, Ado Pinion, Jerky on and Kedanot, any do Hashkahatso, the Nanos, the Nigisho, Jane Hin, hits Adon get away, out ego Ecuador, Ecuador, Miss Navajo, had no Ecuador, but that no had Bicanahatini, Gi, Shisido, Bahin, Sendo, Bashaswajon, Ado Kodo, Ashamayas, Shidaji at the Bedishno, Miss Navajo, Kodo, that served for 2 years because of this pandemic. Given now, Kodona Kinache, Kodom Miss Navajo in Launching. I thought now she been on Igila, I thought. It is to oh, yeah, Bedini, to the outgoing reigning Miss Navajo. Kodit ego Ecuador, Aquaki, the Nebahotos, Ninigi, Baby Nacha Ecuador, Shaho Agit, or Kahadini, Chairman.
Chairman, this is Delegate Daniel So. I'm on the call.
Good morning, Chairman. Thank you very much, Honorable Keon Begay, for that recognition. That, colleagues, I don't have anybody else in the queue at this time. Any other further recognitions?
Chairman, this delegate
Honorable Hona and then Honorable Yellow Hair. Honorable Yellow. Olana?
Good morning, sir. I just want to be recognized that I'm on the line now. I missed the roll call this morning. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. We all here?
Oh, yeah, there's been a speaker of Navajo Nation Council and my colleagues, Navajo Nation Council, 24 councilmen, yeah, they've been. Shadow, I just want to do a little bit highlight what my brother said, Honorable KLBK. Yes, I was over there over the weekend to support a new crown, Miss Navajo, Miss Rockbridge, and I was there on the agenda and I spoke to the people up there in Pinion. I'm proud of her. I think this is about fifth Miss Navajo in the area, in Black Mesa area, and Hard Rock area, and also Pinion, Forest Lake area. So, Aunt Annie was glad that Miss Navajo, that's Lila and the Paso, over here, and as a good life for her that she spoke very well to the community up there, over here, over here, and over Mother Bridget, over Ada, by him, so the Shnido in Nana's Lado. We have a very good tradition and cultures in Pinion. No more highway in and no more Wild West begin. If we do have a good culture, tradition, it over this, it all, or in Nayat, in Naba, Pahajanigi, on behalf of Navajo Nation Council, it's not on in a $1,000, it's $1,000. Speaker, in Anidol, God, $15. The snap was yet in Hana Ratole, and the Queen Nabi Holy Ningi, Nahat, and Hatagatole, stop by healing what is by Mother Bridget, the Hiat, 8 of a Kado, Station, not 8 or Edo, put out at $100. Also, speaker, thank you very much for the floor. The speaker, I'm back on mute now.
Thank you. Thank you, Honorable O'Hare, for that recognition. Colleagues, any other comment or actually a recognizing guests or visiting officials?
Mr. Chair, this is Daniel.
Good morning, Honorable Daniels. Floor is yours on recognitions.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. Honorable members of Naabik'íyáti Committee. Shanat Afushanigi Adonana Kodo Sohadezni. Esto AIC Kodo Eba Bahen Kodo. Dos Ego Kodo Eba Bahen needs Kodo. Every day a Kodo Eba can Benet El Day Kodo. Akon Yo. A Yodi, that's the question from where I'm from, the way that from my region. I So yeah, I just want to say thank you to my constituents, my constituency in my area. Arunano Kodon his Zad, 8 at the Yadaski, Ashkedan Sadeda, 8 at the Belsing Adilti, Ad has Ad. Arunan other areas, what that, other communities, what about Hunsenho, Nazaidam, Tosha Kanjut out there, called them, never see it at Jiltio, never Zad, a yon asking outside. I see here have a need to our Navajo people could only them. I don't know our grandmas, grandpas that sweet of and Leniki. I see here have the need or let's go. Wish a bed that could have wish a bed console without you must send the notion, you can null the notion either. You don't have this. I don't know without here the dictionary could only them to my chapter official, Kadona Zaydam, starting with Mr. Roland Small Canyon, Kado, Zaydam, Shat Tohado, Arinda Kado, chapter officials, Zindiki, they not on chapter officials, out of staff, Adonan, Santo staff, so yeah, Arinda or Jato, chapter officials and staff, Arinda Kado, not Abi Kin, Kado staff, you don't chapter officials. Yeah, and get a destination go. Ado Kodona Gaidam, Ado Quidix Kanda out about Johanna Uncle. There was an individual that was on the run Kodona Gaidam in Tall Mountain Paiute Mesa area. But that individual, it shows the Mexican had Utah Shudayos. It was a white individual. Yeah, he was breaking into homes. Kudos Twitter finding the house called a Nana, which a coco ADIC banana Shudayi Lagi, Kodona Gaidam, Mr. Roland Small Canyon, Shanto chapter president, Arin the Kodona Gaidam, Nasus on chapter grazing official, Russell Small Canyon, Aro Nana Kodo community members called Banana Shudayi. Aro Nana, I just want to say thank you to Navajo Nation Public Safety Kodona under the leadership of Shanala Jesse Delmer, Executive Director for Public Safety, Aro the Kodona criminal investigators and Leniki AIC Habadini Dolesto, Aro the San Juan County Sheriff's Department, AIDO, AIC Kodo Banana Shudayi to capture this individual. So AIJ Shadayi La Kodo Kadi Kodo I see the Nen Leniki. Oh yeah. But it's other cut Zuno Kena and Kodo, but a Shadini dollars. Adonana to my people throughout the Navajo Nation, Kodo. I know winter season is coming upon us again. So Kodo Nagay wish a bed out the Hoshian Kodo. Nagay says that a Kodo bed out the Hoshian. Street of funny bed, or that ego that he hona. But not a Taco. Adonana snow is going to be here in a couple months or next month. As a Haroshi snow in here, or less or less. I call it Yasiki, that in here had no or less. Adonana Kodoshi be Junoshi, then hit or Hanana, Kegon Hill, Zizo. Around this time, and the great on that the Kande Konat Ani Meso from my area, I don't that the Ka, a Kododam, I don't let that they sink. The great not that Hegi Nanesta is at the sink. That she says the vacation to Hachot at a had at Zindeco, but the great Aja at a land date, I don't date at that Lego. So if you now at a date for other lay is never the same for a Canadi or let it go for a that Ecuador I see for the other baggage I had my constituents. I don't know. Magada people Magada throughout the Navajo Nation Kodo to the fun in the house Pago, Diego da Hoshia Kodo, I don't know Kodo, COVID-19, I don't the Kodo Delta variant, or Jabanahan net Kodo, even National Kodo, wish a bear hard Hoshia Kodo. So you have a Mr. Chair, thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Daniels. With that, let me go ahead and go on down to Chairman Nez. Good morning, Chairman. On recognitions.
Good morning, Good morning, Speaker Damon. Beshbans an Senidos and Naabik'íyáti. I just would like to recognize our Navajo Nation police officers. They answer calls in the middle of the night, and some of these calls are pretty dangerous. They can become dangerous, and I just want to say thank you to our police officers, to Mr. Jesse Delmore, Chief Francisco, and not only those officers out there that are putting their lives on the line and do a good job out there, but also from the enforcement officers, Nana, Hope Wilson-Bow Initiative. Those rangers do an excellent job also out there. When they get called and there's cattle rustling going on, they're there. They answer the call as well. So to all of Navajo Nation police officers and rangers, thank you very much for doing a good job. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you. Anybody else? That, colleagues, I don't have anybody else in the queue. No one's texted in. Any other further recognitions or recognizing guests and visiting officials at this time?
Mr. Speaker, this is Mariana Khan.
To check.
Yes, Ms. Khan?
Oh, I wanted to do for recognition, certain individuals who are retiring from our Office of Legislative Counsel.
Colleagues, if someone could reach out to Ms. Khan so she can formally be recognized that way. I only can give the floor to delegates, but if somebody wants to help assist Ms. Khan, we're more than welcome to do that at this time.
Chair.
Yes, Honorable Slater.
Thank you. I'd like to recognize Ms. Khan as my agent.
Okay, thank you.
For recognition.
All right, thank you. Honorable Slater. And then I have Honorable Eugene So in the queue. That, Ms. Khan, floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, excuse me. Thank you, Mr. Speaker and Mr. Chair. I want to take this opportunity to recognize 3 individuals from the Office of Legislative Counsel who have taken, who will be retiring. And we had a retirement earlier, as many of you know. Oh dear, I see that Dana is ready to do this. I will defer to Ms. Dana Bobroff, Chief Legislative Counsel.
Thank you. Good morning. This is Dana Bobroff, Chief Legislative Counsel. I sincerely appreciate Ms. Khan bringing up this issue. So we will go forward with it. I had spoken with Speaker, we were going to do this differently, but I hadn't informed Ms. Khan. So would very, very much like to, the people who are taking early retirement in our office are Carol Wilson, who was a program and project specialist for many, many years, almost a decade at the Office of Legislative Counsel. She took early retirement at the first of this month. Also, we are very pleased for Jennifer Skeets and Ron Haven. We're very pleased that they get to take early retirement, but our office is, of course, going to miss them tremendously. They have been loyal, dedicated servants of the Navajo Nation, public servants for between the 2 of them, more than 40 years. They will be greatly, greatly missed. And we wish them the very best. Also, although not retiring, I will go ahead and announce that Mr. Troy Cook has gone on, will be leaving this Monday to take a position with the prosecutor's office. So while Legislative Counsel will miss him, we think that he will continue to serve the nation in a terrific capacity. Thank you very much, Speaker, and Delegate Slater. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Barbara and Ms. Khan. That, let me move on down to Honorable Eugene So. Floor is yours on recognizing guests and visiting officials.
Good Chair.
Oh.
Question. So, Shito Nasabella Hatos. Si Yeko. It's a Yeko. Tonana Yeko. He recognized the Navajo Nation District Grazing Committee, to form part or Eastern Land Part. They're the one that's taking the lead to run the water, electricity, broadband. The in the front line. What happened? Asia by the Hatos, light on the across the Navajo Nation and ran water and ran roads and projects, called economic development. Is that a vegetated so it's a niche. So every year, so by the Hatos, it's a permanent art and art aid there. So they should be really recognized almost daily. And that was a show the shared about it. I could say a shared.
Thank you. With that, Eugene So for that recognition. That, colleagues, is there any other further recognitions of guests or visiting officials at
Speaker.
this time?
Speaker Thomas Walker.
Yes, Vice Chair Walker, floor is yours.
Thank you, Chairman, Speaker, Naabik'íyáti committee members, our staff that are with us this morning, and even staff that are not with us here on this call, the listeners, the listening audience, our relatives across the great Navajo Nation. Good morning to everyone. I'd like to recognize earlier announced was a retirement. I'd like to recognize one of our own also leaving the position of serving the Navajo Nation, serving the legislative branch, serving the Navajo Nation Council and the various committees. This is Miss Sammy Begay will be leaving us at the end of this month. I think most of you know that, but some may not know. But I wanted to take this time to make that recognition. The leadership and the institutions that we're all a part of, the branches of government. This is a recognition that's very, very well deserved. Beyond words. But with extreme gratitude and appreciation, and that we want to recognize Shammy Begay for her 30 plus years of service to the Navajo Nation, to the legislative branch. 30 years not ane isad nisho yosh ije nisho ya tato na nisha haliago advisor nzo advise as on ho ado da na nish ade on hol shikotichin ati what ade kwa nigel anko. So I want to just take this time to make that known. I know she's already announced that in various forms, written communication and verbally and that. But I wanted to take this time on Naabik'íyáti committee meeting to just say that we will very much miss her. Even that you can't say how much, to what extent, to what degree. It's immeasurable. Ako yego nika adu yego fanas njonon fanad nisho la nafe ada halit nana tanaka atol. What more can she do? She's decided, okay, this year I'm going to retire and take care of my family, take care of myself, take care of my homestead, take care of my community, my relatives. So at the same time, we feel that it's not fair to pull her back. She's done just everything possible to be a wonderful and great service to the Navajo Nation. So we certainly will send her off with prayers and good thoughts and very honoring, appreciative words. I
didn't get a chance to attend the retirement dinner. But with heartfelt appreciation, I want to share these words. Though I am in contact with our chairman of the Resource and Development Committee and committee members, thank you, Chairman. Thank you, for your service. You made this father very, very proud. Thank you, Chair. Go on there.
Thank you very much for that recognition from Ms. Gay, Honorable Vice Chair Walker. That, colleagues, any other recognitions at this time? Twice. Three times. That, colleagues, let's continue on down then. Item number 3 on our proposed agenda. We're going to adopt the agenda. Mr. Rico, if you could read it into the record.
Thank you, Speaker and members of the 24th Navajo Nation Council Naabik'íyáti Committee. This is the regular meeting agenda via telecommunication, Wind Rock Navajo Nation, Thursday, September 23rd, 2021. Proposed agenda, Presiding Chair, Honorable Seth Damon, Speaker, 24th Navajo Nation Council. 1, call meeting to order, roll call invocation. 2, recognize guests and visiting officials. 3, review and adopt the agenda. 4, review and adopt the journals. There are 3 journals, August 26th, 2021, August 31st, 2021, September 7th, 2021. 5, receive reports, none. 6, old business, none. 7, new business. New business A, legislation 0123-21. Legislation B, legislation 0170-21. C, legislation 0180-21. D, legislation 0181-21. E, legislation 0183-21. F, legislation 0191-21. 8, close of meeting, announcements, adjournment. Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Rico. That, colleagues, is there a motion? Honorable Keelan B.A. Is there a second? Honorable Edison Winika. That, colleagues, any comments, questions, additions, deletions at this time?
Chair, this is Delegate So.
Yes, Honorable Charlotte So.
Thank you, Chair. As we did have a special session a few weeks ago, I know that I've received some concerning calls, and looking at the agenda, the first that we do have is the legislation regarding the Navajo Commission on Navajo Government Development, and that confirmation. What I would like to do, if it's okay with my colleagues, I'm not sure to the fact if some of these concerns my colleagues received, and I would just like to hear from the commission on how they're operating and what has happened to the executive director before we confirm. I know that in hindsight, we haven't really been following some of their work, and we haven't been really head-on one-to-one with all the delegates with the commission. And respectfully, my colleagues, I just want to make sure that all of our commissions and all the other areas on the Navajo Nation are working cooperatively without issues. And concerningly, 2 phone calls and a couple of emails followed. I'm wondering if we could get a report from them. If we could, maybe go into executive session as some of these information and details should not be shared with the public, but that's what I ask respectfully, my colleagues. Again, I just want a confirmation that these concerns are tended to, and I just want to make sure that our Commission on Navajo Government Development is working cooperatively with all groups and entities. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. So, Madam Chair, or Honorable Charlene, so I guess your question then is, you'd like to make a motion for an amendment 1 to add on a report from the Navajo Government Development Commission.
Yes, Chair, if the motioning party would please grant me this. Thank you.
Be amendment 1, so that you would be holding that motion.
Yes.
Oh. Again, Honorable Charlene, so due to the short notice, I don't know if they're going to be available in time as the reports are next. That's just a heads up to us. Well, as that note, I have always given to every advice on the concern that sometimes they're not readily available, or whoever it is that we tried to ask for an immediate report. So with that, colleagues, on amendment number 1, as a motion, have an update report from the Navajo Government Development Commission.
Mr. Chair, this is Daniel.
And there's a second by Honorable Daniels. Hey, and possibly if there's further questions, colleagues, that might pertain personnel issues, or might have to go to an executive session. With that,
Point of privilege, Speaker.
point of privilege, Honorable
Delegate Charles Newton.
Chair Charles Newman.
Speaker, thank you. And thank you, colleagues. Speaker, I can't open the PDF of the agenda, so I did go to the Navajo Nation Council website, and I've been trying to click meetings and agendas, but nothing is popping up. So I can't get a copy of the agenda. I apologize, Speaker. Thank you.
Mr. Rico is going to send that out again to you, Honorable or Madam Chair Charles Newman. That, colleagues, on amendment 1, we do have a motion and second. With that, let's go to amendment 1. Is there any comments or questions on amendment 1?
Speaker Damon, this is Delegate Crotty.
Point of privilege to Madam Chair Charles Newton. What is your point of privilege?
Speaker, if we could also get the website corrected, this information is shared with the public. So if they can't access the agenda, I don't know if we're actually in, I guess, in order in terms of letting the public know what is on the agenda and what this Naabik'íyáti committee is about. Thank you, Speaker.
Information is on the website. I have access to it.
Madam Chair Charles Newton, it's 50-50, I guess you could say, in
Point
order
of order,
to
Delegate
access
Crotty.
to access the agenda, but we will put it on all the social media and have them posted on the Navajo.nsn.com website too as well, which it was posted and it is uploaded there already yesterday at 9 a.m. With that, point of order, did you say, Madam Chair Crotty?
This is Delegate Crotty with the point of order.
Yes, Madam Chair Crotty.
Yes, thank you, Speaker. My point of order is, can the individual who said, I just heard someone say without being recognized that it's on the website and they can see it. I just need to know who was that individual and what website they're accessing. Thank you, Speaker.
Colleagues, someone noted something from a website.
Chairman, delegate, that was Kellen.
Okay, Honorable Keon Begay, what website was that on?
The internet, the website. And then also inside the email that we have.
So on the Navajo
if I-
Nation Council website?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. I'm not sure why colleagues always ask to identify and point out individuals. So if there's any purpose for that, Chairman, Speaker, I just was trying to make a referencing that I can have access to these documents.
Thank you. With that, colleagues, let me go to Amendment 1.
Point of order, Delegate Claudia.
Colleagues, we do have the agenda also on the screen on the Zoom call. With that, point of order, Madam Chair, Amber Crotty.
Yes, thank you, Speaker, for calling on me. The point of order was raised so that the individual who's speaking at the meeting is properly recognized so that we can maintain decorum that is in accordance to our committee rules of order. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for pointing that out, Madam Chair, Amber Crotty. That, colleagues, let me go back to Amendment 1. Are there any other are there any comments or questions on Amendment 1?
Chair, this is Delegate Slater.
Yes, Honorable Slater on Amendment 1.
Thank you. I guess I would just like to voice that I think it'd be really important to have the existing commissioners participate in whatever report is provided, in addition to the management of the program. And so it's just my hope that those entities or those individuals can all be involved in this report if it is given today. And if it's not possible to bring all those people together today, that we defer the report to another Naabik'íyáti committee meeting where they will be available. And then second, I'd like to ask the motioning parties if they'd be willing to modify their amendment and do a consent agenda for 7B, E, and F. So it's legislation 170-21, legislation 183-21, and legislation 191-21. And then lastly, colleagues, the committee report's not signed yet, but I'll be asking toward the end of the agenda to motion to suspend the floor rules and add legislation 200-21, which passed out of the RDC yesterday. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable Slater.
Chair, this is Delegate So.
With that, there is a request to modify on Amendment 1, colleagues, and that would be again noted in the modification of 3 legislations that would be, if this does go forward, those would all be moved as item number A, and that would be legislation 0170-21. And colleagues, that's an action related to Law and Order, Budget and Finance Committee, and Naabik'íyáti Committee. Final authority is here, approving and authorizing a contract between the Navajo Nation and the United States Department of Interior under 25 USC subsection 5301 for a 5-year period, 5-year term and period beginning January 1st, 2022 and ending December 31st, 2026 for the Navajo Nation Judicial Branch Tribal Courts, approving and authorizing the Navajo Nation Judicial Branch Tribal Court fiscal year 2020 and 2022 annual budget agreement and scope of work, sponsored by Honorable Otto. So item number E would be legislation 08183-21. It's an action related to the Naabik'íyáti Committee final authority here, supporting the Frank Harris, Elizabeth Petrovich, and Miguel Trujillo Native American Voting Rights Act of 2021's S2702, a bill introduced in the United States Senate, sponsored by Chairman Daniel So, co-sponsored by Honorable Edison Unica. And finally, item number F, which is legislation 0191-21, it's action related to Health, Education, Human Services Committee and Naabik'íyáti Committee, which is final authority here, supporting congressional bills entitled the Nay College Act of 2021, sponsored by Chairman Daniel So. That, colleagues, there's motion party, Madam Chair, Charlene So, or actually Honorable Charlene So, to move those three items in the consent agenda. Honorable Charlene So is a motion to modify.
Yes, Chair, I consent to that. But with that, concerning the presence and the participation of all of the members of the commission, with the motioning party, with this modification, I would just like to move item A to be the last in review of all the legislations. And right before that, a report. I know that the report usually follows at the beginning of the agenda, but I just want to make sure before this confirmation is done, not unless the sponsor is willing to, or if we could push this legislation of the confirmation to the next Naabik'íyáti meeting, given prior 2 weeks, so that we have enough time to meet with the commission. I stand by for your advisement, Chair.
Okay, Honorable Charlene So, your recommendation is, I'm getting two recommendations from the staff here. One of them is that you're wanting to move, well, you did indicate that you would like to have the report at the end of the agenda. Now, if we had the report at the end of the agenda, then you would still not have legislation 0123-21 heard. That's the legislation sponsored by Honorable Freeland until after the report is given. Now, let's say that that does happen. So the legislations would be set up as a consent agenda. We'll go to new business, consent agenda, and then CD, and then the report, and then then we go back to the legislation 0123-21. Or are you just wanting the report still at the continuation of the meeting, the beginning of the meeting? And if we can't get everyone on there, you respectfully ask Honorable Freeland to move this legislation to the next committee meeting, which will be on the 14th, which most likely we could have the report by government development then.
Yes, those are two correctly stated options that I presented.
Well, let me go to, well, the request to modify then is Honorable Freeland. Are you willing to, if you're willing to move your legislation to the next meeting so that we could have government development be readily available at that meeting too as well? Honorable Freeland.
Good morning, Speaker Shideja. Thank you, staff as well as colleagues. Thank you for the request. I understand and I appreciate you making that request, Shideja, but this legislation was deferred at the last Naabik'íyáti committee as well. So we did have a couple of weeks in between the last meeting and today. And the Eastern Navajo Agency Council has passed a resolution and also has passed or written a letter wanting this legislation to proceed forward. So I have to abide by those wishes, unfortunately, and get this. We don't have a representative for Eastern Council or Eastern Agency, excuse me. on the government commission. So
Okay.
I will have to decline that request at this time, Speaker and my colleagues. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Honorable Freeland. With that, let me go back to Honorable Charlene. So with the request to modify still being the consent agenda, what is, are you still wanting to move forward with the recommendation to put 012321 after the report? Again, that's if we're getting, have we reached out to them or they are they? Okay.
Yes, Chair, that's correct. I would go ahead and proceed in that manner. So I guess the legislation 0123-21 would become item E, and after item D would be the report, if I'm correct.
Okay. Thank you. Then with that, this is the way the agenda in this amendment stands. Then with that, now I'll ask Honorable Daniels if he concurs. With the modification, we will go to next would be adopting the journals, and then we would be going to new business. And if this passes, it would be item number A would be a consent agenda of legislation 0170-21, 0183-21, and 0191-21. That'd be on item number A. Item number B would be legislation 0180-21. Item number C would be 0181-21. And then after that, we would be going to taking a break from new business. We'd be receiving reports. Once we receive the report and conclude on the report, then once we're done with the report, then we go back to legislation 0123-21. Honorable Daniels, are you good with that on the modification?
Mr. Chair, I concur.
Okay. Colleagues, any other comments or questions on Amendment 1?
Mr. Chair, this is Delegate
Daniels, go ahead.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. With the amendment, Amendment 1, there's a resolution that I want to add on and maybe include that to the consent agenda as well. Legislation 0196-21. This resolution, this legislation, will endorse the United States Senate Bill 1535, titled America's Red Rock Wilderness Act. It's just a supporting resolution, supporting legislation with Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Thank you. For that, Honorable Daniels, 0196-21. Unfortunately, Honorable Daniels, we do not have that RDC committee report. I am told that that committee report will be signed by the chairman and will most likely be readily available this afternoon. So with that, I think Honorable Slater is in the same situation, but he'd like to add a legislation onto as well. So at that time, Honorable Daniels, I'd probably come back to yourself or Honorable Slater to motion to amend the agenda sometime this afternoon in order for you to go ahead and add that legislation on. Honorable Daniels.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you very much.
Okay. That, colleagues, any other comments or questions on this amendment number 1? Went twice. Went 3 times. Let's go to board.
Honorable Elmer Begay.
How about Green?
Honorable Elmer Begay votes green. Honorable K. Allen Begay Jr.
Delegate Keel votes green. Thank you.
Honorable K. Allen Begay Jr. votes green. Honorable Paul Begay Jr.
Delegate Begay votes green.
Honorable Paul Begay Jr. votes green. Honorable Nathaniel Brown.
Delegate Brown votes
Honorable
green.
Nathaniel, Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes green. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton.
Charles Newton votes green.
Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton votes green. Honorable Amber Canispa-Crotty. Honorable Amber Canispa-Crotty. Honorable Amber Canispa-Crotty did not vote.
Shimon?
Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr.
This is Delegate Crotty. I vote green.
Honorable Amber Canispa-Crotty votes green. Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr.
I vote green.
Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr. votes green. Honorable Mark Freeland.
I vote red.
Honorable Mark Freeland votes red. Honorable Panal Halona.
All votes green.
Honorable Panal Halona votes green. Honorable Jamie Henio.
Henio votes green.
Honorable Jamie Henio votes green. Honorable Vince James.
Delegate James votes green.
Honorable Vince James votes green. Honorable Ricky Nez.
Delegate Rick Nez votes green.
Honorable Ricky Nez votes green. Honorable Carl Slater.
Delegate Slater, green.
Honorable Carl Slater votes green. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr.
Green.
Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. votes green. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr.
Green.
Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. votes green. Honorable Charlene So.
I vote
Honorable
green.
Charlene So. Honorable Charlene So votes green. Honorable Daniel So. Honorable Daniel So. Honorable Daniel So did not vote. Honorable Eugene So.
Oh,
Honorable
Dr.
Eugene
So,
So.
yeah.
Honorable Eugene So votes
Okay,
green.
yeah.
Honorable Otto So.
Vote green.
Honorable Otto So votes green. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr.
I vote green.
Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. votes green. Honorable Edison Wanika. Honorable Edison Wanika votes green. Honorable Evan Yazzie.
Green.
Honorable Evan Yazzie votes green. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair.
Delegate Yellowhair votes green.
Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes green. Going back up, Honorable Daniel So. Honorable Daniel So. Honorable Daniel So did not vote. With that, Mr. Speaker, you have a vote of 21 in favor and 1 opposed. Mr. Speaker, not voting.
Thank you, colleagues. On Amendment 1, 21 in favor, 0 opposed, or 1 opposed, and the speaker not voting, or chair not voting. Motion carries. That, colleagues, any other comments, questions on our agenda at this time?
Speaker, this is Delegate Begay. Elmer Begay. I'll make a,
Yay. What's yours?
okay, thank you, Speaker. Other the members of the Naabik'íyáti committee. Speaker, I'd like to make a motion to add a physical recovery fund report from the OPVP. I think this is necessary today because I think we need to act on it to make that report, and then to maybe put it back on the agenda later on somewhere, because I think we need to talk about this because people are out there asking us questions, saying that it's been over 100 days now. People are counting, so I think this is a good time that where we need to make a report. To receive a report from OPVP on the FRF. I believe that OPVP staff are on the line waiting for it to do that. So I'll make that motion if we could add that FRF report from OPVP. That will be my amendment, Speaker.
Second, this is Daniel, Chair.
Thank you. Motion by to add on a report, second report under reports. And remember, colleagues, that would be after the legislations, the first three or consent agenda, and then the two legislations, and go into reports. The first report would be from the commission. Second report would be on ARPA and the FRF, or maybe from the FRF office. Motion by Honorable Elmer Begay, second by Honorable Herman Daniels. Is there any comments or questions on that, colleagues?
Mr. Chair, this is Daniel.
Honorable Daniels.
Yes, thank you very much, Kodonagayda. In regards to the FRF report, Kodonagayda, I believe this is very important, Kodonagayda, to get a report from the office. I see I see it every day. When we're at the local level, at the grassroots level, 1.8 billion. What are the plans? Our constituents. So even that's a good Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Daniels. That, colleagues, any other comments or questions on amendment number 2?
Speaker Freeland.
Freeland on amendment 2.
Thank you, Speaker. In regards to the amendment and in regards to the report from OPVP, would it be okay if we heard from the president himself? I know we hear a lot from the division directors of the cabinet and even the chief of staff, but it'd be good to hear from the president at some point. Just a recommendation and a thought. Thank you, Speaker.
I know in speaking, just as a response and a comment on the Sioux amendment, I know that we were waiting for Department of Justice at the last meeting that we had between OPVP, the Speaker's Office, DOJ, and the inner working group on the ARPA follow-up. Now, one of them, I think the next step was to unveil the FRF plan of operation. There were still some recommendations that needed to be done in that. And I know that the president was looking at having a next leadership meeting collectively to work on that and do that plan. But I'm not too sure if the president's going to be available today. I have no idea, Honorable Freeland. I just know that we wanted to get together again, as we all did there at Twin Arrows, all the division directors, all the delegates, when we had that the meeting out there that was identifying what we needed to do for our next steps in order for us to follow up. So I know that that meeting was scheduled possibly as early as the 15th of October, but I'm not too sure. Again, that's our inner timeline of a working group. This is something that we're working around that timelines. But again, I guess this is probably just going to be a brief overview of what the FRF office is doing. And then from there, a brief overview. And I can't guarantee you that the president will be online, but we will reach out to Chief Paulson Chaco. And that seems, I think there might be the new FRF office director, Mr. Mitchell, that might, we'll go ahead and reach out to him too, to see if the president's going to be on the line. That's all we can do is request at this time, Honorable Freeland.
Speaker.
Yes, Honorable Freeland.
Speaker, thank you. Other colleagues, motioning party as well, Honorable Gato, Honorable Daniels. Yeah. It sounds like it's maybe this is happening too soon. Then if we're not ready, if we're in a position, we're planning to meet with the president soon again for another leadership meeting, are we even ready to have this report then? That's just my comment and my question. Thank you.
You. I can refer that question back to the sponsor. Honorable Gay.
Thank you, Speaker. I wrote down, Delegate Mark Freeland. I think I believe that even I think we need to continue receiving these reports, especially from the F4F office establishment. Even the people, or like I said, that the time is essence right now, and right now people are out there. So I know that if we're talking about October 15th, it's 2/4. We need to get it on the agenda and then start talking about it. I believe that President can get on the line. I know that just give us an update so we can give it to the people. Every day, just like how my daddy said that even right here, the chapter, and I see outside, taking all the money from the they don't need that report. This is overdue. Thank you.
Hey, thank you.
Speaker, this is Delegate Charles.
So then I'll go. Madam Chair Charles Zoon, did you want me to put you in the queue?
Yes, sir, Speaker, thank you.
Okay, thank you. With that, Honorable Otto, so on the motion to add this on as an amendment to the agenda to add on a report.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and members of the Navajo Nation Naabik'íyáti Committee. شجاعي نيا كي يا يهتسنا إخدو إيدول نهج هذه هذا كتب report إدول نشكي بني يهجي يا شلنا كنمدو with the amount of time that we have today, I think Speaker, my recommendation is to set one whole Naabik'íyáti committee meeting pertaining to an update report from the office of the president, because the legislation that we have passed pertaining to the ARPA, the $1.8 billion, signed into law, but it puts the burden on the executive branch to create that office. And it's very important that we get an update, and I think we should have one meeting, special Naabik'íyáti committee meeting, to actually address that, just for reports, not to address any other legislations or anything like that. But that's one. The other is, with this that work group that you're speaking about, I don't know where we fit into the picture. I haven't seen anything saying, legislative branch is going over to meet with them or something like that. I don't know. But somewhere we need some sort of dialogue, or maybe like a weekly report from the work group to see where they're at, so that the leadership, members of the Navajo Nation Council, has a progress sheet of where they're at, because they're working in the dark. I don't know where they're at, where they're at in the process. But where are they at really? Are they done with the plan of operation? Are they done with creating that office? Do we need another legislation to create that office and approve the plan of operation? So that type of strategy is what I'm looking at. And I have concern. the office of the president. The ARPA office will be from this. We will manage the ARPA office from the office of the president, and those are just some of my recommendations. But how do we hold the OPVP responsible for not rolling this plan out a lot sooner? Because and I always say this to my chapters, or my constituents when they ask about it, and I tell them that the president's office is supposed to create this office and the plan of operation, but we haven't heard anything. It's almost 2 months. Those are just some going through my mind. I'm sure the office of the president has their reasons for not creating that office yet. But the legislation that we passed pertaining to the fund management plan of ARPA requires that very office is created. And I'm not too sure if that office is being created at this time.
Thank you very much, Honorable Otto. So with that, let me go on to Madam Chair Charles Newton on amendment number 2, adding a report on the ARPA update.
Thank you, Speaker. I am in support of this request, and the reason I would like to get some information is the legislation that was signed on August 2nd, CJY-41-21, actually does have, requirements in terms of time that was set within legislation. So if you look specifically at that legislation CJY-41-21, there are, again, time limits that have been set. Specifically, if you look at page 11, I know that I was reading this legislation the other day to see how it has occurred, and I understand that nothing has happened. The 50 days that was supposed to be put in place after the enactment of this legislation for Budget and Finance and Naabik'íyáti to get a report on how the Division of Economic Development, or actually the Navajo Nation Business Opportunity Act and the Navajo Nation Preference and Employment Act is supposed to be addressed in terms of providing bonding, insurance, and other needed support to grow the Navajo Nation economy through private sector contracting using ARPA, INN, FRF, and or other Navajo Nation external funding. Then there is also, if you keep going down, there was some directives that were put in place that OMB, OOC, and DOJ are supposed to present some information, as well as Division of Personnel Management is also supposed to do some things, as well as the one-stop shop that was recognized. I think the time limit on that was 45 days after the effective date of this legislation. And again, if we count the August 2nd as the day that this legislation was enacted, and we were to count it to today, I believe it's like 54 days. So we're outside of the time frame. And I think that we do need to hold the executive branch accountable, since they are the ones, all of us, we all voted on this particular legislation and it passed, and President signed it. So he agreed to these time limits that are put in place, but we haven't heard anything coming out of the president's office. And what I worry about as well, Speaker, is council, as far as I know, hasn't even received the 1,000 applications that were submitted to the executive branch that Chief Paulson Chaco mentioned during the budget session that were received for ARPA requests. So council is not even in the loop as far as what requests have been submitted to for the ARPA money. And then at the same time, Speaker, I think that, in terms of the legislations that have been dropped, I know that Budget and Finance recently passed the legislation that would that sets the boundary for requesting for ARPA money. But I think all of that does need to come out, Speaker. So I am in support of getting this report from the executive branch and from OPVP, and then also a Speaker from your office as well, since you represent the legislative branch, the money that you received and how those funds, how you're planning to use those funds. It has been several weeks and a couple of months now since CJY -41-21 has been passed. So I think that it's good to get an update to provide that to the people. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair Charleston. That, colleagues, is there any other comments or questions on amendment number 2 at this time? Again, colleagues, this is the vote to add on a report from Office of President and Vice President regarding the status of Navajo Nation Fiscal Recovery Fund. Colleagues, this report to add on, again, would be added on under report. So it'd be after the presentation from the Navajo Government Development Commission. Going twice. Going 3 times. Let's go to board to vote.
Honorable Elmer Begay. Honorable Elmer Begay. Honorable Elmer Begay does not vote. Honorable K. Allen Begay Jr. Honorable K. Allen Begay Jr. Honorable K. Allen Begay Jr. did not vote. Honorable Paul Begay Jr. Honorable Paul Begay Jr.
Elmer Begay votes green.
Honorable Paul Begay Jr. did not vote. Honorable Elmer Begay votes green. Honorable Nathaniel Brown.
Delegate Brown votes green. Yeah.
Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes green. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton.
Charles Newton votes green.
Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton votes green. Honorable Amber Knesset Crotty. Honorable Amber Knesset Crotty votes green. Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr.
Green.
Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr. votes green. Honorable Mark Phelan. Honorable Mark Phelan. Honorable Mark Phelan did not vote. Honorable Panal Halona.
All votes green.
Freeland votes green.
Honorable Panal Halona votes green. Honorable Mark Phelan votes green. Honorable Jamie Henyo.
Henyo votes green.
Honorable Jamie Henyo votes green. Honorable Vince James. Honorable Vince James.
Delegate James
Honorable
votes
Vince
green.
James. Honorable Vince James votes green. Honorable Ricky Nez.
Delegate Rick Nez votes green.
Honorable Ricky Nez votes green. Honorable Carl Slater.
Delegate Slater, green.
Honorable Carl Slater votes green. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr.
Green.
Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. votes green. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr.
Green.
Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. votes green. Honorable Charlene So.
I vote green.
Honorable Charlene So votes green. Honorable Daniel So.
I vote green.
Honorable Daniel So votes green. Honorable Eugene So.
Oh,
Honorable Eugene So.
don't share.
Honorable Eugene So votes green. Honorable Otto So. Honorable Otto
Vote green.
So. Honorable Otto So votes green. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr.
I vote green.
Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. votes green. Honorable Edison Wanika. Honorable Edison Winika votes green. Honorable Edwin Yazzie.
Green.
Honorable Edwin Yazzie votes green. Honorable Jimmy Elliher. Honorable Jimmy
I vote
Elliher.
green.
Honorable Jimmy Elliher votes green. Going back up, Honorable Kealan McGay Jr. Honorable Kealan McGay Jr. Honorable Kealan McGay Jr. did not vote. Honorable Paul McGay Jr. Honorable Paul McGay Jr. Honorable Paul McGay Jr. did not vote. With that, Mr. Speaker, you have a vote of 21 in favor and 0 opposed. You're not voting, Mr. Speaker?
Thank you. That 21 in favor. 0 opposed, turn out voting, motion carries. That we do have an amendment 2 that has been approved on our agenda. Colleagues, any other comments, questions on the agenda?
Hey.
Twice. Hello? Yes. Honorable Eugene So. On the agenda.
On the agenda. Oh,
We're on the main motion of the agenda.
sabi the sausage. Asako ayego naho iki banda diti. Requesting if we can have an executive session to voice our difference. Our motion for executive session.
Honorable Eugene So. Hold on. Honorable Eugene So, what is the reason to go into for an executive session? That, I mean, I need to put that on the agenda if we're motioning to put that on an executive session.
Speaker should say our voice regards to one another. That's my motion to not air it out across the whole world. The Florida, that's my motion.
Okay. What would you say? I mean, just right now? Honorable Eugene So, are you doing this right now? Or are you trying to put this on as a report later on?
I don't ask either what we have on the agenda.
Eugene So, right now, we're going to go into reports and then, to legislations and then reports. It's up to you. You're the motioning party. Where do you want this? I highly recommend that.
Before everything, I'd start this now.
So you can add on before new business. Yeah. Has to happen first. Or can he just, do we just approve the agenda and then he'll raise it? Honorable Eugene So, my recommendation is to approve the agenda. And then once we go to the journals and then to the new business, right before new business, I'll come to you And at that time, you can state that you want to go into executive session.
Chair.
Okay. Thank you. With that, let me go on down then. Any other further comments, questions on the agenda, colleagues? Madam Chair, Amber Crotty.
Yes, thank you, Speaker. Colleagues, I'd like to ask, Speaker, with the Naabik'íyáti Justice Walk last week, there was a number of issues that were raised and the request for the President's office to provide solutions to those chronic issues regarding the federal declination rates, victim services, how to support the family of the missing and murdered, and continuous trauma-informed training when individuals disclose sexual trauma. We did have a meeting with OPVP's division directors, and from that meeting with the organizers, it was stated by the organizers there was no solution. So my question, Speaker, has the office been provided any solutions from the President's office on how to deal with the justice issues that were raised? Thank you, Speaker.
Okay, thank you. At this time, just to answer your question, Madam Chair, Amber Crotty, no, we have not received anything directly on that issue or of those concerns too as well that were raised. So I do not have any, we have not received anything, Madam Chair.
Speaker, if I may ask a question.
Yes, go ahead, Madam Chair.
Yes, thank you, Speaker. So if I could get guidance for this agenda, understanding reports were added. I'd like to see if we could do an action item at the end of the agenda to address those issues from the Naabik'íyáti Justice Walk. We do have a listing of their concerns, and more importantly was the declination of federal cases. Tomorrow, the Sexual Assault Prevention Subcommittee will be meeting. We're having some technical issues posting the agenda, so we'll have that at 2 p.m. But at that meeting last week, Madam Attorney General did state at this point her office did not know the number of federal declinations. And so these are cases that go nowhere. These are possible homicide cases, rape, assault, child sex cases. And so I need some guidance on how, as the subcommittee chair, we could raise this to Naabik'íyáti, because I'll need the help and support of the council to address these issues. We do have a logic model from the subcommittee that we can go over. So if we're going to have a special Nabi, maybe we can schedule, if that could be the action item, is to schedule a work session dedicated to addressing those issues that were heard from the walk, because it is systemic issues, and we need to know how is the Navajo Nation going to address all of these declined cases, because these are just rapists that are walking around our communities without any type of prosecution, no type of monitoring. And I know that Delegate Eugene So and Delegate Paul Begay have raised the issue regarding the rape kits, how they're investigated. And so I need guidance on how Naabik'íyáti wants to address these issues. Speaker, as chair of the committee, thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd suggest, as you did also recommend, that after on new business, after legislation 0123-21, what we could do is schedule a work session specifically on those, addressing those needs and concerns And what I'd look to while we're addressing that, or we'll schedule the date today, but what we can do is over that time frame, work together with yourself and the Department of Justice as the chair of the subcommittee, and then at DOJ with their recommendations, put together a accurate or a more collective agenda so that we can go ahead and move forward with that, and then possibly even work together with the organization so that they can present their specific issues on that effort, Madam Chair. Madam Chair Cardi?
Yes, thank you, Speaker. I look forward to having that discussion after the agenda's passed and make those recommendations. It was asked at last week's meeting, who is the point of contact for the OPVP staff when it comes to public safety and other victim services concerns? We need that individual identified. There's about 24 OPVP staff assistants. So we need someone to identify so that we can focus in on this conversation and build it out. This issue is not going anywhere. And so I appreciate my colleagues' support and their insight that they've provided. And we will also have to look at trauma-informed care, Speaker. This conversation will raise trauma. And maybe in our healing, we don't know how to properly react and how to create safe spaces. So if you can work with your chief of staff and we could have someone here on standby on what does that look like when we talk about trauma? What does that look like when you may be triggered? What does that look like when you suppress your trauma so much that it's hard to talk about? And so we want to create a safe space, not only here on council, but for the Navajo Nation. So thank you for that recommendation, Speaker.
Thank you. So that would be amendment number 3 then. Motion by Madam Chair Crotty. And that is to schedule a work session on what? A Naabik'íyáti committee work session. What is that? Joseph, amendment 3. Thank you. With that, colleagues, we have amendment number 3 is going to be after the last item under new business would be schedule a Naabik'íyáti work session regarding issues raised by Danae Sani for justice advocates walk with the advocates themselves, the Sexual Assault Prevention Subcommittee, and the Department of Justice. So we're just going to schedule a date for that, colleagues. With that, there's a motion by Madam Chair Amber Crotty. Is there a second?
I'll second Delegate Sound.
Second by Honorable Charlene. So that, colleagues, any comments, questions on Amendment 3? Went twice. Went 3 times. Okay, colleagues, with that, let's go to the board on Amendment 3.
Honorable Elmer Begay.
I vote green.
Honorable Elmer Begay votes green. Honorable Kealan Begay Jr. Honorable Kealan Begay Jr. Honorable Kealan Begay Jr. did not vote. Honorable Paul Begay Jr. Honorable Paul Begay Jr. Honorable Paul Begay Jr. did not vote. Honorable Nathaniel Brown.
Delegate Cal votes green.
Delegate Brown votes.
Honorable Nathaniel Brown.
Delegate Brown votes green.
Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes green. Honorable Kealan Begay Jr. votes green. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton.
Charles Newton votes green.
Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton votes green. Honorable Amber Knussbach Crotty.
Speaker.
Honorable Amber Knussbach Crotty votes green. Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr. Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr. Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr. did not vote. Honorable Mark Freeland. Honorable Mark
Question of
Freeland.
privilege, Speaker.
Question of privilege, Honorable Paul Begay. What is your question? Honorable Paul Begay. Honorable Paul Begay. Question of privilege while we're voting. Went twice. Went 3 times. Continue voting.
Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr. Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr. Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr. did not vote. Honorable Mark Freeland. Honorable Mark Freeland. Honorable Mark Freeland votes green. Honorable Canal Halona.
Votes green.
Honorable Canal Halona votes green. Honorable Jamie Henyo. Honorable Jamie Henyo votes green. Honorable Vince James.
Delegate James votes green.
Honorable Vince James votes green. Honorable Ricky Nez.
Delegate Rick Nez votes green.
Honorable Ricky Nez votes green. Honorable Carl Slater.
Delegate Slater, green.
Honorable Carl Slater votes green. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr.
Green.
Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. votes green. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr.
Green.
Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. votes green. Honorable Charlene So.
I vote green.
Honorable Charlene So votes green. Honorable Daniel So.
I vote green.
Honorable Daniel So votes green. Honorable Eugene So. Honorable Eugene So. Honorable Eugene So did not vote. Honorable Otto So. Honorable Otto
green.
So. Honorable Otto So votes green. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr.
I vote green.
Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. votes green. Honorable Edison Winika. Honorable Edison Winika. Honorable Edison Winika. Honorable Edison Winika votes green. Honorable Edmund Yazzie.
Green.
Edmund Yazzie votes green. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair.
I vote green.
Jimmy Yellowhair votes green. Going back up, Honorable Paul Begay Jr.
W. Paul Begay votes green.
Honorable Paul Begay Jr. votes green. Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr. Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr.
I vote green.
Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr. votes green. Honorable Eugene So. Honorable Eugene So. Honorable Eugene So does not vote. Honorable Eugene So votes green. That, Mr. Speaker, you have a vote of 23 in favor, 0 opposed. Mr. Chair, not voting, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much, colleagues. 23 in favor, 0 opposed, chair not voting, motion carries on Amendment 3. That, colleagues, any other further questions, comments on the agenda?
Speaker, this is Delegate Slater.
Yes, Vice Chair Slater, on the agenda.
Thank you. I'd like to offer an amendment to add 200-21 to the consent agenda.
200-21 to the consent agenda. 200-21 was, if we could read it into the record. Or, go ahead, read it.
Thank you, Speaker. Members of Naabik'íyáti Committee, tracking number 0200-21 is an action relating to Resources Development Committee, Naabik'íyáti Committee, and Navajo Nation Council, amending CJN-36-21, Section 6 to extend the deadline for chapters to return to the 25-person chapter meeting quorum requirement, sponsored by Honorable Vice Chair Carl R. Slater, and co-sponsored by Honorable Speaker Damon. Speaker.
Thank you. With that, motion to add that on to the consent agenda, colleagues. Legislation 200-21.
Second, Daniel So.
That's amendment number 3 from 4. Sorry.
Daniel So, second.
Slater, second by Chairman Daniel So. That, colleagues, any comments, questions? Not? Or twice? Or 3 times? Scoreboard on amendment number 4.
Honorable Elmer Begay.
I vote green.
Honorable Elmer Begay votes green. Honorable Cal Begay Jr.
Yeah, I'm voting green. Thank you.
Honorable Cal Begay Jr. votes green. Honorable Paul Begay Jr.
Delegate Paul Begay votes green.
Honorable Paul Begay Jr. votes green. Honorable Nathaniel Brown.
Delegate Brown votes green.
Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes green. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton.
Delegate Charles Newton votes green.
Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton votes green. Honorable Amber Knossbach Crotty. Honorable Amber Knossbach Crotty votes green. Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr.
Green.
Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr. votes green. Honorable Mark Freeland. Honorable Mark Freeland votes green. Honorable Fernal Halona.
Alon votes green.
Honorable Fernal Halona votes green. Honorable Jamie Henyo.
Junior votes green.
Honorable Jamie Henyo votes green. Honorable Vince James.
Delegate James votes green.
Honorable Vince James votes green. Honorable Ricky Nez.
Delegate Rick Nez votes green.
Honorable Ricky Nez votes green. Honorable Carl Slater.
Delegate Slater, green.
Honorable Carl Slater votes green. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr.
Green.
Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. votes green. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr.
Green.
Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. votes green. Honorable Charlene So.
I vote green.
Honorable Charlene So votes green. Honorable Daniel So.
I vote green.
Honorable Daniel So votes green. Honorable Eugene So. Honorable Eugene So votes green. Honorable Otto So. Honorable Otto So votes green. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr.
I vote green.
Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. votes green. Honorable Edison Winika. Honorable Edison Winika votes green. Honorable Edwin Yazzie.
Green.
Honorable Edwin Yazzie votes green. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair did not vote. With that, Mr. Speaker, you have a vote of 22 in favor and 0 opposed. Mr. Speaker, not voting.
That, colleagues, 22 in favor, 0 opposed. Speaker not voting, motion carries on amendment number 4. That, colleagues, any other further comments or questions? Going twice. Going 3 times. Srico, second reading.
Thank you, Speaker, members of the Naabik'íyáti Committee. We have 4 amendments. Amendment number 1 is to add an update report from the Commission of Navajo Government Development on the status of the Commission and the office operations with a possible executive session. It is also, amendment number 1 also added a consent agenda to include legislation 0170, 0183, 0170-21, 0183-21, 0191-21, and it also moved legislation 0123-21 to be heard after the reports, which the agenda will have reports at item D. Consent agenda will be item A. Amendment number 2 was to add a report, an update report from the Office of the President and Vice President on the status of the Fiscal Recovery Fund American Rescue Plan Act presented by the Office of the President and Vice President. Amendment number 3 was to add at the end of the agenda, new item F, scheduling of a work session, scheduling of a Naabik'íyáti Committee work session to address issues raised during the Diné Sani for Justice March with advocates, the Naabik'íyáti Sexual Assault Prevention Subcommittee, and the Department of Justice. Amendment number 4 added legislation 0200-21 to the consent agenda. Mr. Speaker.
Colleagues, go to the board on the main motion for our agenda today.
Honorable Elmer Begay.
I vote green.
Honorable Elmer Begay votes green. Honorable Kealan Begay Jr.
Delegate Kale votes green. Thank you.
Honorable Kealan Begay Jr. votes green. Honorable Paul Begay Jr.
Paul Begay votes green.
Honorable Paul Begay Jr. votes green. Honorable Nathaniel Brown.
Delegate Brown votes green.
Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes green. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton.
Delegate Charles Newton votes green.
Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton votes green. Honorable Amber Knoswat-Crotty. Honorable Amber Knoswat-Crotty votes green. Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr.
I vote green.
Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr. votes green. Honorable Mark Freeland. Honorable Mark Freeland votes green. Honorable Pernell Halona.
Malone votes green.
Honorable Pernell Halona votes green. Honorable Jamie Henio.
Henio votes green.
Honorable Jamie Henio votes green. Honorable Vince James.
Delegate James votes green.
Honorable Vince James votes green. Honorable Ricky Nez.
Delegate Rick Nez
Honorable-
votes green.
Honorable Ricky Nez votes green. Honorable Carl Slater.
Delegate Slater, green.
Honorable Carl Slater votes green. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr.
Green.
Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. votes green. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr.
Green.
Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. votes green. Honorable Charlene So.
I vote green.
Honorable Charlene So votes green. Honorable Daniel So.
Daniel So votes green.
Honorable Daniel So votes green. Honorable Eugene So.
Oh, please, share.
Honorable Eugene So votes green. Honorable Otto So.
I vote green.
Honorable Otto So votes green. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. Honorable
I
Thomas
vote green.
Walker Jr. did not. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. votes green. Honorable Edison Winika. Honorable Edison Winika votes green. Honorable Evan Yazzie.
Green.
Honorable Evan Yazzie votes green. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair.
I vote green. Thank you.
Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes green. With that, Mr. Speaker, you have a vote of 23 in favor, 0 opposed. Mr. Chair, not voting. Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, colleagues. With that, 23 in favor, 0 opposed, chair not voting, motion carries. On our agenda today, that, colleagues, let's move on down. That, Honorable Daniels.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, yeah, Naabik'íyáti committee members, I'd like to make a motion to suspend the floor rules and add legislation 0196-21 to the consent agenda. Mr. Chair, I would like to make that motion, and I believe we got the committee report fine. Thank you.
Thank you. With that, colleagues, there's a motion to amend the agenda and add on 0196-21 to the consent agenda items. Colleagues, by Honorable Daniels, Mr. Rico, could you read into the record what that legislation is?
Thank you, Speaker, and members of the Naabik'íyáti Committee. Tracking number 0196-21 is an action relating to the Resources and Development Committee, Naabik'íyáti Committee, and the Navajo Nation Council, supporting United States Senate Bill S-1535, titled America's Red Rock Wilderness Act, sponsored by Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr. and co-sponsored by Speaker Damon. Speaker.
Thank you. This legislation 0196-21.
Hello?
Okay, with that, there's a motion. Is there a second? Is there a second?
Yellow here.
Honorable Wanika. Colleagues, any comments, questions on motion to amend? Went twice. Moving 3 times. Colleagues, let's go to the board on adding on legislation 0196-21 to the consent agenda.
Honorable Elmer Begay.
I'll vote green.
Honorable Elmer Begay votes green. Honorable Keal Begay Jr.
Keal votes green. Thank you.
Honorable Keal Begay Jr. votes green. Honorable Paul Begay Jr.
Paul Begay votes green.
Honorable Paul Begay Jr. votes green. Honorable Nathaniel Brown. Honorable Nathaniel Brown.
I vote green.
Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes green. Honorable Regina Charles Newton.
Charles Newton votes green.
Honorable Regina Charles Newton votes green. Honorable Amber Knaus-Bakrati. Honorable Amber Knaus-Bakrati votes green. Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr.
I vote green.
Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr. votes green. Honorable Mark Freeland.
Green.
Honorable Mark Freeland votes green. Honorable Tanao Halona.
Halona votes green.
Honorable Tanao Halona votes green. Honorable Jamie Henio. Honorable Jamie Henio. Honorable Jamie Henio votes green. Honorable Vince James. Honorable Vince James. Honorable Vince James.
Delegate Jane votes green.
Honorable Vince James votes green. Honorable Ricky Nez.
Delegate Rick Nez votes green.
Honorable Ricky Nez votes green. Honorable Carl Slater.
Delegate Slater, green.
Honorable Carl Slater votes green. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr.
Green.
Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. votes green. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr.
Green.
Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. votes green. Honorable Charlene So.
I vote green.
Honorable Charlene So votes green. Honorable Daniel So.
Daniel So votes green.
Honorable Daniel So votes green. Honorable Eugene So. Honorable Eugene So. Honorable Eugene So did not vote. Honorable Otto So.
Vote green.
Honorable Otto So votes green. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr.
I vote green.
Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. votes green. Honorable Edison Winika. Honorable Edison Winika votes green. Honorable Edwin Yazzie. Honorable Edwin Yazzie.
Green.
Honorable Edwin Yazzie votes green. Honorable Jimmy Elliher.
I vote green.
Honorable Jimmy Elliher votes green. Going back up, Honorable Eugene So. Honorable Eugene So. Honorable Eugene So votes green. Mr. Speaker, you have a vote of 23 in favor, 0 opposed. Mr. Chair, not voting, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. With that, colleagues, 23 in favor, 0 opposed, chair not voting on motion to amend and adding that 0196-21 to the consent agenda. Let's continue on down. We are now at review and adopt the journals. We're on August 26, 2021, August 31, 2021, September 7th, 2021, and those were sent out last Friday, the 16th, and today. Colleagues, what is the will of the committee?
Motion.
Motion by Chairman Henio to accept the report. Is there a second?
Second, Helena.
Second by Honorable Helona. Colleagues, any comments, questions on any of those journals?
Speaker Freeland.
Yes, Honorable Freeland.
Speaker, thank you. Colleagues, Speaker, just want to tell the staff, we as a body want to say thank you to the staff for putting these journals together and getting them out for our review and of course our approval. So as a body of the Naabik'íyáti committee, thank you very much, staff. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you. Any other comments, questions? Going twice. Going 3 times. Let's go to board. Accept the journals.
Honorable Almer Begay.
I will agree.
Honorable Almer Begay votes green. Honorable Keon Begay Jr.
Keon votes green. Thank you.
Honorable Keon Begay Jr. votes green. Honorable Paul Begay Jr.
Delegate Paul Begay votes green.
Honorable Paul Begay Jr. votes green. Honorable Nathaniel Brown.
Delegate Brown votes green. Yeah.
Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes green. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton did not vote. Honorable Amber Knusbach-Crotty. Honorable Amber Knusbach-Crotty votes green. Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr.
Green.
Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr. votes green. Honorable Mark Freeland. Honorable Mark Freeland.
Green. I vote green.
Honorable Mark Freeland. Honorable Mark Freeland votes green. Honorable Pinal Halona.
Votes green.
Honorable Pinal Halona votes green. Honorable Jamie Henio. Honorable Jamie Henio. Honorable Jamie Henio votes green. Honorable Vince James.
Delegate James votes green.
Honorable Vince James votes green. Honorable Ricky Nez.
Delegate Rick Nez votes green.
Honorable Ricky Nez votes green. Honorable Carl Slater.
Delegate Slater, green.
Honorable Carl Slater votes green. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr.
Green.
Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. votes green. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr.
Green.
Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. votes green. Honorable Charlene So.
Green.
Honorable Charlene So votes green. Honorable Daniel So. Honorable Daniel So. Honorable Daniel So did not vote. Honorable Eugene So.
Oh, Dr. Chair.
Honorable Eugene So votes green. Honorable Otto So.
I vote green.
Honorable Otto So votes green. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr.
I vote green.
Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. votes green. Honorable Edison Wanika. Honorable Edison Wanika. Honorable Edison Wanika did not vote. Honorable Edmund Yazzie. Honorable Edmund Yazzie. Honorable Edmund Yazzie did not vote. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair.
Green, Edmund.
Honorable Jimmy
Delegate
Yellowhair.
Yellowhair votes green.
Honorable
Delegate
Jimmy
Yellowhair
Yellowhair
votes
votes
green.
green. Honorable Edmund Yazzie votes green. Going back up, Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton.
Charles Newton votes green.
Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton votes green. Honorable Daniel So. Honorable Daniel So. Honorable Daniel So did not vote. Honorable Edison Wanika. Honorable Edison Wanika votes green. That, Mr. Speaker, you have a vote of 22 in favor and 0 opposed. Mr. Chair not voting, Mr. Speaker.
22 in favor, 0 opposed, chair not voting, motion carries. Thank you, colleagues, for accepting the journals. Colleagues, we did send out the agenda. It is kind of, as we know, our network system has been up and down all week, and just please be patient with that being sent out. But it has been sent out. It might take, it shouldn't take longer than 5 minutes to get to everyone.
I got it.
All right. That, colleagues, moving on down. Old business or none. New business. Under number A, consent agenda items. Mr. Rico, if you could read those into the record.
Thank you, Speaker, and members of the Naabik'íyáti Committee. Consent agenda. Let's see. There are 5 legislations on the consent agenda. First one, tracking number 0170-21, in action relating to the Law and Order Committee, Budget and Finance, and Naabik'íyáti Committees, approving and authorizing a contract between the Navajo Nation and the United States Department of Interior under 25 U.S.C. Section 5301 at Sec. PL 93638 and amended for a 5-year term for the period beginning January 1st, 2022 and ending December 31st, 2026 for the Navajo Nation Judicial Branch Tribal Courts, approving and authorizing the Navajo Nation Judicial Branch Tribal Courts fiscal year 2022 annual funding agreement and scope of work, sponsored by Honorable Chairman Otto So, per Navajo Nation Council Rules of Order Subcommittee, per Navajo Nation Council Standing Committee Rules of Order Rule 9, legislation has been read into the record by electronic voice recording. Naabik'íyáti is final authority. Tracking number 0183-21, in action relating to Naabik'íyáti Committee supporting the Frank Harrison Elizabeth Peratrovich and Miguel Trujillo Native American Voting Rights Act of 2021, S-2702, a bill introduced in the United States Senate. Legislation is sponsored by Honorable Chairman Daniel E. So, co-sponsored by Honorable Edison J. Wanika. Naabik'íyáti is final authority. Per Navajo Nation Council Standing Committee Rules of Order Rule 9, legislation has been read into the record by electronic voice recording. Tracking number 0191-21, in action related to Health, Education, and Human Services and Naabik'íyáti Committees supporting congressional bill entitled the Net College Act of 2021, sponsored by Honorable Chairman Daniel E. So. Naabik'íyáti is final authority. For Navajo Nation Council Standing Committee Rules of Order Rule 9, legislation has been read into the record by electronic voice recording. Tracking number 0196-21, in action relating to the Resource and Development Committee, Naabik'íyáti Committee, and Navajo Nation Council supporting the United States Senate Bill S-1535 titled America's Red Rock Wilderness Act, sponsored by Honorable Herman M. Daniels, co-sponsored by Honorable Speaker Damon. Per Navajo Nation Council Standing Committee Rules of Order Rule 9, legislation has been read into record by electronic voice recording. Tracking number 0200-21, in action relating to Resource and Development Committee, Naabik'íyáti Committee, and Navajo Nation Council, amending CJN-36-21, Section 6 to extend the deadline for chapters to return to the 25-person chapter meeting quorum requirement. Legislation is sponsored by Honorable Vice Chair Carl R. Slater, and co-sponsored by Honorable Speaker Seth Damon. Legislation will move on to the Navajo Nation Council. Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. With that, colleagues, can I get a motion?
Motion, Havana.
Delegate Brown, motion.
Motion by Honorable Halona.
Second, Eugene So.
Second by Honorable Eugene So. That, colleagues, go to board on legislation 017, 0183, 0191, 0196, 0200-21.
Alma Begay.
I vote green.
Alma Begay votes green. Alma Begay Jr.
Delegate Kial votes green. Thank you.
Alma Begay Jr. votes green. Paul Begay Jr. Paul Begay Jr. Paul Begay Jr. did not vote. Honorable Nathaniel Brown.
Delegate Brown votes green. Yeah.
Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes green. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton.
Charles Newton votes green.
Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton votes green. Honorable Amber Kanaswa Claudia. Honorable Amber Kanaswa Claudia votes green. Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr.
I vote green.
Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr. votes green. Honorable Mark Freeland. Honorable Mark Freeland.
Green.
Honorable Mark Freeland votes green. Honorable Pernell Halona.
Halona votes green.
Honorable Pernell Halona votes green. Honorable Jamie Henyo. Honorable Jamie Henyo.
Votes green.
Honorable Jamie Henyo votes green. Honorable Lynch James.
Delegate James votes green.
Honorable Lynch James votes green. Honorable Ricky Ness. Honorable Ricky Ness.
Delegate Rick Nez votes green.
Honorable Ricky Ness votes green. Honorable Carl Slater.
Delegate Slater, green.
Honorable Carl Slater votes green. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr.
Green.
Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. votes green. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr.
Green.
Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. votes green. Honorable Charlene So.
I vote green.
Honorable Charlene So votes green. Honorable Daniel So. Honorable Daniel So. Honorable Daniel So did not vote. Honorable Eugene So.
Oh, voters.
Honorable Eugene So votes green. Honorable Otto So.
I vote green.
Honorable Otto So votes green. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. did not vote. Honorable Edison Winika. Honorable Edison Winika votes green. Honorable Edmund Yazzie. Honorable Edmund Yazzie.
Green.
Honorable Edmund Yazzie votes green. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair.
Delegate Yellowhair votes green.
Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes green. Going back up, Honorable Paul Begay Jr. Honorable Paul Begay Jr. Honorable Paul Begay Jr. did not vote. Honorable Daniel So. Honorable Daniel So. Honorable Daniel So did not vote. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. did not vote. With that, Mr. Speaker, you have a vote of 20 in favor, 0 opposed. Mr. Chair, not voting, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. 20 in favor, 0 opposed, chair not voting, motion carries. On our consent agenda items, colleagues. That, let's continue on down. Legislation 0180-21, sponsored by Honorable Winika. Sariko, if you're reading to the record.
Thank you, Speaker. And members of the 24th Nomination Council, Naabik'íyáti Committee, tracking number 0180-21, in action relating to the Naabik'íyáti Committee confirming the Navajo Nation President's appointment of Geraldine Naabik'íyáti to serve as a member of the Navajo Tax Commission. Legislation is sponsored by Honorable Edison J. Wanika. There are no committee reports. Naabik'íyáti is final authority for Navajo Nation Council Standing Committee Rules of Order Rule 9. Legislation has been read into the record by electronic voice recording. Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much. With that, colleagues, final authority is here. Is there a motion?
This is Delegate Brown. I'll motion.
Motion, Honorable Brown. Second,
Daniel, Chair.
Honorable Daniels. That, colleagues, any comments, questions? Yes, there is. So, Honorable Wanika, you have 20 minutes on the board.
Thank you, Speaker. Can you hear me? Okay, thank you. Chairman of the Naabik'íyáti Committee and members of the Naabik'íyáti Committee, there's 2 vacancies from the President's Office for commission on the Tax Commission. So this first one is Geraldine Naabik'íyáti. I have an agent from the President's Office. I think Mr. Paulson Chaco, the Chief of Staff, will be one of the agents. And then also the Tax Commission Executive Director, Marty Ashley. So, but I think these positions are very important, especially at this time when we're going through this opera funding and other issues that come before the Navajo Nation Council. So I'd like to go to my agent, Mr. Paulson, if you're on the line.
Mr. Chair, this is Marty Ashley. I'm on the line.
Yes, Ms. Ashley, go ahead.
Okay, Mr. Ashley will be fine.
I was just informed by President's Office that Mr. Chaco is not able to be on the call today. But the Navajo Tax Commission is the main one that's under Title 2 of the Navajo Nation Code. They're the ones that have the authority to oversee all the tax activities of the Navajo Nation. So we're the office of the Navajo Tax Commission, and we're carrying out the responsibilities that are delegated to the Navajo Tax Commission, the 5-member body. So currently, there's only 2 official members that are on board right now, Mr. Mark Graham and Loretta Largo. And so we have 3 vacancies. And so we didn't have quorum since March of 2020. So Geraldine Naabik'íyáti is a former tax commission member. She stepped down about 3 or 4 years ago. And because we didn't have no applicants, nobody was applying to get on the commission, I had reached out to her to see if she was interested in being a tax commission member again. So that's how the Navajo Tax Commission is structured right now. It's a 5-member body, and we have currently 2 official members, and we're lacking quorum. So I just basically want to give an overview along that line, Mr. Chair and members of the Naabik'íyáti Committee.
Oh, thank you, Ms. Ashley.
Speaker, this is Leonard Sosi. I'm representing Paulson Chaco OPVP. Thank you.
That, Mr. Wanika, go back to you.
Okay, thank you, Chairman. I'd like to go ahead and go to the President's Office with agent from there.
Thank you.
Thank you. With that, we'll go over to Honorable Mr.
This is Leonard Sosi.
Honorable Leonard Sosi.
Thank you, Speaker, and members of the Naabik'íyáti Committee. The President's Office highly recommends this person to be on the Tax Commission as covered by Mr. Ashley. A quorum needs to be present for them to do their work, and the nominee comes very qualified if you look at her resume. So the President supports this nominee, and then I stand for questions along with the other agent. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Sosi, and thank you, Speaker. I'd like to ask Geraldine Key if she could introduce herself and maybe address the Naabik'íyáti Committee. Thank you, Speaker.
Yes.
Good afternoon. This is Geraldine. I'm on the line.
Yes. Go ahead. Introduce yourself and anything else you'd like to add on at this time.
Thank you. Good afternoon to the 24th Navajo Nation Council and my colleagues on the call. My name is Geraldine Kiyazi. She am Hanawakni, Ado Hanawakni Bashishkin, Tachitni Dashache, Hobanga Dashanella. And I have served as a prior Navajo Nation Tax Commissioner. I'm also a current a business owner, a Navajo businesswoman, and I am familiar with our taxation laws, the statutes and regulations. I also support our tribal sovereignty and certainly the mission of the Tax Commission and the staff. I feel like I will bring my small business work experience and knowledge to the Commission, and also by representing my chapter, which is Fort Defiance. I'm humbled that you ask for my support and consideration again as a commissioner. And I thank you all at this time. Thank you.
Thank you, Speaker. That concludes my presentation.
Okay, thank you. With that, let me turn it over to the floor. I have Madam Chair Kati. The floor is yours.
Yes, thank you, Speaker. My first question is regarding the nomination process. If I could ask Legislative Council if you can identify where, I think this should have went to the BNF oversight, seeing that we oversee the Tax Commission, and be able to ask some specific questions regarding some of the challenges that the Tax Commission has historically had to deal with. And as a previous commissioner, then what was the role that Ms. Key played in trying to support the office, maximizing enforcement of tax laws, maximizing the budget of the tax office. And so that really has now fallen on the oversight to meet that need. And so my concern is there was a vacancy since March of 2020, and I'm not exactly sure why there's not applicants. I do know in the financial world, our Navajo people are hesitant now to work with the nation, seeing how the controller was treated and their hesitancy to put their license in jeopardy. And so I would need to know those questions, Speaker, in terms of the Commissioner's role in supporting the office, their historic shortfall. And now, Mr. Ashley, I appreciate you being on the call, and I want to recognize your service to the Navajo Nation, and knowing that you are set to retire at the end of the month. then what is going to be the plan in terms of the office, the historical knowledge, and how we can really, in terms of the revenue and what comes in through the taxes, we're losing a treasure here with Mr. Ashley's experience and knowledge, and I'm not exactly sure then how that fits into either this commissioner's nomination or how we stabilize that office. So thank you, Speaker.
Thank you. With that, we go back to Mr. Wanika.
Thank you, Speaker, and members of the Naabik'íyáti Committee. And thank you, Chairperson Crotty, for your question. I think this is more of a question specifically to Speaker and then also Mr. Marty Ashley. So I'd like to go ahead and give the floor to Mr. Ashley.
Thank you. Mr. Ashley, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I was kind of caught off guard regarding what the Delegate Crotty had mentioned. I kept looking on the Budget and Finance Committee's agenda, and I was of the understanding that's where it would go first. And then yesterday I was informed that it's on the NABI agenda, so I guess I would need to defer to Legislative Council and the Speaker's office why that didn't happen. So I just got caught off guard regarding that. But the commission, the Navajo Nation Council, they approved the laws, the taxes, the tax laws. And then the Navajo Tax Commission, they approved the regulations that guide the office of the Navajo Tax Commission on administering all the taxes that are approved by the Navajo Nation government. So that's the role of the Navajo Tax Commission, is to oversee our office and provide support to our office on any regulations that need to be updated in support of our office administering all the tax activity that we have. There's 9 taxes that are in place. So that would be my response to Delegate Crotty's question. The other one, I don't know how one would replace historical knowledge of an individual, but the way that what I have put in place is that one of my staff is going to be delegated until such time that this position, this executive director position that I'm in, it would need to go through the personnel hiring process. It's a professional at-will position. So it's not a political appointed position. If it was a political appointed position, then I believe that the executive branch would need to just appoint someone in there. But it's a professional at-will position, so it would need to go through the hiring process. And I believe I skipped over one other question on the process of hiring or the advertisement. It actually is an advertisement that's supposed to be done, and that's what we had put together. But it's under the executive branch that's supposed to be done. So these positions are appointment of the executive branch or the president. And so since there was no applicants, that's where I reached out to Ms. Geraldine Kiyazi to inquire to see if she was interested in doing another term as a commissioner. So that's what I did. And the other position, which we'll get to at that legislation, that person served I believe a two-year term. Normally they're 5-year terms, but because of the term end dates the different people, we try to have it staggered, and that's why she ended up just serving a 2-year term. So, and she submitted her application to continue on that portion. So those will be my responses, Mr. Chair and members of the Naabik'íyáti Committee.
Thank you. And I'll refer back to Office of Legislative Counsel on the question about having this legislation go to Budget and Finance Committee first.
Mr. Speaker, this is Mariana Khan, and Ms. Dana Bobroff is with another meeting right now, and the legal drafter in our office for this particular legislation is Laureline Tapahi, and she is on and will answer the questions. Mr. Speaker, if you would recognize Laureline Tapahi, thank you.
Yes, Ms. Tapahi.
Yes. Can you hear me, Mr. Chair?
Yes.
Mr. Speaker? Okay, thank you. The legislation was written to go to NABI committee directly because, as you know, the NABI committee has the authority to approve final appointments of to confirm, to give final confirmation of appointments to commissions. However, the speaker does have the discretion, does have the authority, as indicated in the memorandum that accompanied this legislation. The speaker does have the authority to refer the resolution, the legislation, to committees other than those committees that are supposed to hear the legislation according to their particular authority. So if the speaker chooses to take the recommendation to send this to Budget and Finance, the speaker does have authority to do that, to send this for consideration to Budget and Finance. But keeping in mind that Naabik'íyáti has the final say-so authority for the final confirmation of the appointment of Ms. Kiyazi and also of Ms. Bearhan, who's coming up in the next legislation. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Pai. And to answer on top of that, at least for Office of the Speaker or myself, Honorable Monica and Madam Chair Naabik'íyáti, I want to be truthful. I was not aware of this legislation being was not aware that it was referred, as we take into consideration the action and recommendation from Office of Legislative Services, our Legislative Council and Office of Legislative Services. If there is usually a recommendation for it to go to another committee, it usually is flagged even before, but at this time there was no recommendation until I hear as it's referred to the topic discussion as we're having right now. So if the Budget and Finance Committee is looking to interview or to seek further guidance from not only Mr. Ashley, and then the recommendation too as well could refer or defer these two legislations 0180-21 and 0181-21 back to the B&F Committee for further consideration. Again, that is up to the members of the Budget and Finance Committee too as well.
Speaker, this is Delegate Charles Noonan.
And thank you, Madam Chair. I can put you in the queue. With that, let me go on down to Honorable Slater on the main motion.
Thank you, Speaker. And thank you for the presentation of this legislation, Chair Delegate Wanika. I guess I would echo what Delegate Karate said about it going to the Budget and Finance Committee. I think that NABI really is more powerful when we're able to get quote unquote subject matter experts of our legislative colleagues to weigh in and provide input prior to us making considerations. And a lot of us will listen into those, confirmation appointment legislations at the committee level. So I'd be interested to see if the committee is going to elect to request that referral. But moving on, I just want to ask Ms. Kiazi, are you a member of the Navajo Nation Oil and Gas Board? And then if you are, I'd be interested in hearing from the Office of Legislative Counsel on if there are any protocols in place for conflict analysis on matters that may come before the tax commission that are related to Navajo Nation enterprises or to the oil and gas companies specifically. And then second, I'd be interested in hearing what is your, I guess, kind of 30,000 foot view analysis of the Navajo Nation's tax environment. Are you supportive of legislation that would increase the Navajo Nation sales tax to, I think, like something like 10%? Also, would you be supportive of a proposed legislative idea to remove the tax burden from non-emergency medical transport companies so that they're treated the same as they are for taxation by the states? And then lastly, what are your ideas on influencing tax policy or using tax policy to influence economic development within the Navajo Nation? How can we use the commission or our tax environment to improve opportunity for small business owners and to improve access to capital, and to also remove dual taxation in instances where that may hurt our business owners? I don't know if I said lastly, but this will be my last question, and that is, are you supportive of renegotiating the fuel excise tax agreements with the state of Arizona? And if so, why? I think that's something that is routinely brought up, as well as the transaction privilege tax. And while it may seem, compelling just at first blush, there's a lot in there where the state provides investments back to the Navajo Nation in excess of what's paid down to Phoenix. So those are my questions right now. And thank you, Speaker, and thank you to legislative sponsor and Ms. Kiazi.
Thank you. Let me go back
This is
to
Geraldine again. Let me know when I can respond. Thank you.
Honorable Wanika. Response.
Thank you, Chairman and members of the committee. I think this question is directly to Ms. Geraldine, so I'll go ahead and give her the floor.
Okay, thank you. Once again, 24th Navajo Nation Council, and to Delegate Slater. I quickly wrote down, I believe, four questions on my paper here, but the first one with regard to NOG, Navajo Nation Oil and Gas Company. I am not a board member, a commissioner, or a director there. I was at one point, their controller was there for approximately 11 years. And then I was asked to come back as a member of the Navajo Petroleum Board, but that has since been, I guess, no longer active. And so I consider myself not part of that board as of late 2019. With regard to the sales tax question, I believe you wanted to know if I support an increase. And I heard you say, I think you said up to 10%. Right now, I think the Navajo Nation could allow and justify an increase to the sales tax laws and regulations. We also have the LGA certified chapters who could also implement such legislation to implement their own local sales tax, such as Fort Defiance Community and chapter. I am definitely in support, I think, of a minor increase. It could be subject to public rulings, but I think at this point we need to probably come in more in line with our community border towns who got a slightly higher sales tax rate at this time. So I would say yes, I would be supportive to that. And I believe you also added that comment in there with regard to non-emergency services, if I would support the removal of such type of tax, and I would I guess bring that to the table with my colleagues, and but it seems to me like that could be something that could be highly considered for discussion and approval. The other item I wrote down was how I feel about influencing tax policy, how to possibly deal with dual taxation issues, and this is coming from a small business owner. We do have some challenges there. I work primarily on Navajo Nation as in the business department as a controller or a accountant, if you will, and owning my own business right now. From the standpoint of challenges, I think it's more challenging to find the work than not, from the need of services. But from dual taxation to probably having some exemptions, would be handy. And I know I feel like the Navajo Nation has a generous exemption list for its Navajo Nation owned businesses, but I certainly would be willing to rediscuss those issues at the table with the other commissioners and see what we could do to I guess relook at our regulations and our statutes to be more supportive to our Navajo Nation owned small business owners. I'm certain there's been discussions with economic development, Mr. Willie and his staff, and I know they've had some public forums. So I would be very willing and I guess enlightened to hear what those comments are at this time, and again to bring them to the table for commissioners' discussion and review. With regard to the question regarding fuel tax agreements with the state of Arizona, I know the Navajo Nation does have existing agreements in place, and there is some avoidance of dual taxation from a like a personal when we go out and purchase our gas on tribal lands, that tax money is kept here on Navajo Nation. I believe we get about 18 cents a gallon and 25 cents a gallon for unleaded and diesel, respectively. So I know there was some tax agreements done years ago when Navajo Nation Oil and Gas began their Chevron jobber ownership and bringing those franchises to the Navajo Nation. So there is some give and take. Could we improve some of the processes? We certainly can. And maybe we do need to bring that back to the table, as you suggested, to relook at some of those agreements. I believe Mr. Graham has quite extensive experience. Him sitting on the commissioner right now, he is quite knowledgeable in the fuel tax agreements and the tobacco agreements. And I think if we all could collaborate together, along with Ms. Loretta Largo and certainly the lady that I'm about to meet, if we are appointed, who is following this legislation, I feel like we would all be, we would bring our working experience, our business experience together to this table, along with all your suggestions as well. We could certainly look at not only the fuel tax, but probably other agreements that are in place, and make sure that we're getting the best deal for the Navajo Nation. So hopefully I got to hit all your points, Mr. Slater. If I haven't, I apologize, but I'll go ahead and turn the floor back over to you. Thank you.
Nika, does that conclude your response?
Yes, it does, sir. Thank you.
Thank you for your response, Ms. Yazzie. Slater, do you have a follow-up?
Vice Chair Slater.
At this time, no, Speaker. Thank you.
Thank you. That, we go then back to the floor. Let me go to Madam Chair Charles Newton. And then I have Autumn McCallum beginning the queue.
Thank you, Speaker, and also colleagues, and thank you for the presentation here today, Delegate Wanika. Ms. Naabik'íyáti, I was just looking over your resume, and I just wanted to ask, under your experience from 2017 to present, you have Phase 2 RSE Trust. Could you tell me what RSE Trust is? And then also, I do want to share, I guess, my concern as well with it not going through budget and finance. Speaker and colleagues, I don't sit in enough budget and finance meetings to tell you, how the committee, I guess, exactly where the committee stands with certain appointments. But I know that I do have respect for the oversight committees and, taking their consideration in mind and in hand when a legislation comes before us is something that I always look for, and the questions that are posed at that committee level as well. I don't really know what a tax commissioner, does aside from what is being shared here, and then also the information that's being provided on this legislation. So I think that Delegate Crotty's concerns are valid in that it didn't go to the oversight, who is the ones working with the tax commission all the time. I guess in some sense, it would be taking that authority away from a certain committee to have that discussion. And then again, looking at the committee's recommendation, if Budget and Finance feel that this person is qualified enough to be presented to Naabik'íyáti, I think that in that case, we should be listening to that. I would have that same respect for Health, Education, and Human Services, and also RDC as well, to make those recommendations being forwarded here to Naabik'íyáti. So I do apologize in advance, colleagues, and also Ms. Naabik'íyáti. I'm probably going to be asking some very elementary questions, especially when they pertain to acronyms that are included within a resume or within a letter. I don't sit on Budget and Finance, so perhaps the Budget and Finance Committee members know what Phase 2 RSE Trust is, but I'm hoping that you can clarify a little bit your information that's provided here on your resume, so that I have a better understanding of, I guess, your background. And then the one question that I do want to ask is, based on the information that you provided here to us on your resume, and then also your letter of interest, how does that correlate to the responsibilities that you would have on the tax commission? I know that you said that you served on the tax commission before, and because there wasn't really many applications that were going through the process, you were asked to reapply. But I just want to know, and I think this question was already asked as well, what did you do previously as being on this board that will help in this situation with a green vote to confirm you again as an appointed member of the Navajo Tax Commission? Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. We go back to Mr. Monica.
Thank you, Chairman and members of the Naabik'íyáti Committee. And Madam Chair, thank you for your question. I'd like to ask Mr. Ashley to respond to a portion of the question, and then also Ms. Yazzie. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mr. Ashley, floor is yours again.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to defer the question to Ms. Naabik'íyáti.
Thank you,
ahead,
Speaker, and can I proceed now?
Yes, go ahead.
With regard to my resume, the position and work experience I had at the Phase 2 RSE Trust. RSE stands for Removal Site Evaluation. That is a trust that was created to assist in the report and cleanup of assigned abandoned uranium mines on the Navajo Nation. I was with them for approximately 4 years as their chief accountant. And so that's the name of the full name of the RSE acronym. Mr. Ashley, did you want to continue with your response, or did you want me to continue with my answers to the other question?
I can respond.
Okay, Miss Charles Newton, I believe the other question you asked me was with regard to how my prior experience correlates to, I guess, a possible reappointment as a tax commissioner. I feel like my experience as a businesswoman, certainly as the controller for a couple different tribally owned enterprises, I have gained experience and knowledge in working with not only internally within the tribal organization on financial numbers, financial matters, taxation issues, but it also crossed over in dealing with the tax commission staff. We had numerous discussions on sales tax, fuel tax, oil and gas tax. Not of the 9 taxes, we probably discussed half of them. As the enterprise itself, specifically NOG, was part of the generating revenue that remitted those taxes to the Navajo Nation on an annual, if not a quarterly basis. So that internal experience gave me some insight on how the process worked from a tribally owned organization. And then on the flip side, when I put on a commissioner hat later, it also gave me that experience on how the procedures and the regulations were, like more of the administrative side from the tax commission, how it was processed on behalf of the Navajo Nation. The other issue I would highlight is that as a commissioner, we also provided oversight to the administrative staff. Sometimes they had questions and issues on penalties, refunds, liens. Sometimes there was taxpayer issues, appeals, so there was a lot of, some issues we had to discuss internally as a commission. So I feel like I have experience on both sides, not only, again, from the Navajo Nation owned tribal organization enterprise, and then also internally as a commissioner. So I feel like I've got that experience to bring to the table. So hopefully I answered your question correctly. I thank you again. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Honorable Wanika, does that conclude your response?
Thank you, Speaker. On these questions, it seems like there is still a concern in reference to where this legislation should have gone, to BNF or what. Speaker, I'm asking maybe we should make the determination first, because a lot of these questions are going directly to the candidates for these positions, because individually they can't make any decisions. Sometimes we ask questions like they're going to be making the decisions. They have to make a decision as a commission, not individual members, just like we do as oversight committees or as members of Naabik'íyáti or as a council. We individually can make decisions for the oversight committees that we're a part of. So in that respect, yeah, they probably had certain responsibility on an individual basis. Sometimes we try to ask those questions in reference to that. So in that respect, Speaker, if it's possible, maybe we can determine whether we should send this back to Budget and Finance or not. If not, if we make the decision to keep going with this, then we can conclude with the two candidates for this position. Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Monica. At this time, there's been no motion, so we'll continue forward. Honorable Monica.
Okay. And then we'll go ahead and go on with the discussion.
Okay. Thank you. With that, let me go to Honorable Keon Begay then. Honorable Keon Begay, floor is yours.
Chairman, yate nando les kodo. Aro shaho agi. Ado kodo tax commission. Inal ta nahatla has ajishi ajido kodo sinesji bebe dojo shin khato na nanish inla kodo nke hodini la. Akoko shishizido to the quick machine bahna itish kito lesiki job sai kon naki a tree kojet na be ko ke ka has age jo kojen an shan chat no ba yat yese akoko di a epenina shinash e koko jo e kojet o den ahit ashin kojet na lieba ho wanda that heki to a slata des is a kojet na nish habet yish for to da need akoko the website as commission nash in koko the quishi bears on it I don't be possessory interest tax, the business activity tax, the oil and gas severance tax, tobacco product, hotel occupancy, fuel excise, sales tax, healthy donation, junk food tax, the uniform tax administration. That I don't in all taki nahi chi kudo. Then la te tra hot zan de ECK sato satbeta inisha. Kodoni bespanse ane di nisha beso nahi tlato le to could be on the store in that the general fund of Yadra other hikente other sahajos nach ingo to UD tax and lindikit open nanish ade koko e sato nanish lindiki to the nana nishiki ye daily koko khalet ala e kodon and hat sandan dik at koto أنا نشهد النول شهد نيجي ناكده نهود ناكده نهوست كوكو كدو بيبي كجنيد نشكيدو بيخز أنا بنا كوكو أكو أكيد بين هالشيء نهود أكو هيد على إيه كدو أكو أكيد بانسين كيسلا Ado na kikun na itish kito lesiki edi kat be yadi tiki
kinjo pasata to ada be da yojiki the cell phone koko be the inlaid na sos build nalwo jenas inset o you quite did asa to text beginning la ni koko one of them a kwaje the 911 service kasa a koko halet alan she sabikenda yilie go o chukota ye keta lag kon se to kwaje pe ta inista halet ala eton silato nahi lata ada ko ajla hit a be has anigi en le to le to hit ala ben hat ado le hikida en fishan tili ko do ben nachta be has ani da to in na to nihin soban saskis ado na kagun ba na itish kito le hiki e kat hindan to you dig a basic chi or basic section seperti na computer beat or you hit na order das ego ko just again kuna or you hit na linki minan companies and linki tax bitchen da hilyago ko te to na hit la ta sto ko la hit sto ban so in hat akilahit la kwakye akoko the question do kada con UPS that do Federal Express that Diego anande kachir in spehos and hayu is being been visible hayu konande been sahakes great you and then order that but what in the text that you la charge ko shi ko sai ko na ki shi ba hasan Amazon nisha ko aj ko shi peso you know can he ko de to hit out that by sa chi the shi don't it after ela hit aj kin ban so ya ban sas case do tin ko na has aniki dik in the chapters they're certified Ohnito ado kudo api in the dado le no kudo bin certified at that can it but what end big for example this cell tower that haki the go that go that end heshi aji yo osiki end kujo o sara ho chango sente akoko halet all chapters and linki bakat these was arched up in a yid dark of course bohonetza a quacky stock to elhit a quacky gain in la so ban first case ko 18 ko has go ecuador for night desk to the she but as in john slado le yeah.
Thank you. With that, let me go ahead and go back and Honorable Kiamagi back to sponsor Honorable Wanika.
Thank you, Speaker, and appreciate the question, Honorable Kiamagi. But then I didn't kirige Kuroshi Miskiyazi Shinja. How to based on the question that you made, Miskiyazi.
Hello?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay. Am I responding to the questions posed by Mr. Kialandagay or which?
Yes.
Okay. Well, I think, and excuse me, I'm not very good in my Navajo, but I believe there was what he talked about was how we can improve our tax dollars in terms of revenue to the Navajo Nation. And I think he gave some examples, like telecommunications is kind of good one. And then I think the other one was online purchases, which I think, and I think there is ways we can do that, you know, whether it be through sales tax, you know, and having some discussions at the commission level with regard to the Navajo Nation operational budget. You know, what are the shortfalls? You know, because I would need to again be apprised of the situation to hand to date. But I think those are valid questions, Delegate Begay, and I would again certainly be more than willing to discuss, you know, what we could do as a commission to improve the revenue base for the Navajo Nation. I know in the past, the Tax Commission has sponsored surveys and some public forums, and you know, and we've gotten some good responses, not only from the youth who are, you know, who are future leaders for the Navajo Nation, but certainly ourselves who, you know, they're older generation. You know, we've got the wisdom and the knowledge to bring to that, you know, to bring those some answers to help. So hopefully that is a sufficient answer for the questions and the issues he brought forth. But I think those are important points to consider for the commission right now, and for the commissioners to consider in the future, whoever is appointed. So, so again, I thank you for the opportunity to answer those questions. Thank you.
Much. Colleagues, any other comments, questions at this time?
Speaker Kalen.
Yay, floor yours, Jay.
Chairman, let me go ahead and provide a written statement because the four questions weren't fully answered. But again, I'm not making anything difficult, but it's just a matter of fact that I really need to show our leadership that we really need to showcase our language to be more effective in this particular situation. So that was my reason that I want to express my gratefulness of having this language called
Thank you, let's get that forwarded over and have them take a look at that. Any other comments, questions on legislation 0180-21? Going twice. Going 3 times. Let's go to board.
Honorable Elmer Begay.
How about green?
Honorable Elmer Begay votes green. Honorable Kealan Begay Jr.
Delegate Kealan Begay Jr. votes green. Thank you.
Honorable Kealan Begay Jr. votes green. Honorable Paul Begay Jr.
Paul Begay votes green.
Honorable Paul Begay Jr. votes green. Honorable Nathaniel Brown. Honorable Nathaniel Brown. Honorable Nathaniel Brown did not vote. Honorable Regina Charles Newton.
Delegate Charles Newton votes green.
Honorable Regina Charles Newton votes green. Honorable Amber Knisma Crotty. Honorable Amber Knisma Crotty. Amber Knisma Crotty did not vote. Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr.
Green.
Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr. votes green. Honorable Mark Freeland.
Green.
Honorable Mark Freeland votes green. Honorable Tanao Halona. Honorable Tanao Halona. Honorable Tanao Halona did not vote. Honorable Jamie Henio.
Green.
Honorable Jamie Henio votes green. Honorable Vince James.
Delegate James votes green.
Honorable Vince James votes green. Honorable Ricky Ness.
Delegate Rick Nez votes green.
Honorable Ricky Nez votes green. Honorable Carl Slater. Honorable Carl Slater is excused. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr.
Green.
Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. votes green. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr.
Green.
Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. votes green. Honorable Charlene So.
I vote green.
Honorable Charlene So votes green. Honorable Daniel So.
I vote green.
Honorable Daniel So votes green. Honorable Eugene So. Honorable Eugene So. Honorable Eugene So did not vote. Honorable Otto So. Honorable Eugene So votes green. Honorable Otto So votes green. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. does not vote. Honorable Edison Winika. Honorable Edison Winika votes green. Honorable Edmund Yazzie. Honorable Edmund Yazzie. Honorable Edmund Yazzie did not vote. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair.
I vote
Honorable
green.
Jimmy Yellowhair.
Thank you.
Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes green. Going back up, Honorable Nathaniel Brown.
Delegate
Honorable
Brown
Nathaniel
votes green.
Brown. Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes green. Honorable Amber Knussbach Crotty. Honorable Amber Knussbach Crotty. Honorable Amber Knussbach Crotty did not vote. Honorable Panel Halona.
Votes green.
Honorable Panel Halona votes green. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. did not vote. Honorable Edmund Yazzie. Honorable Edmund Yazzie. Honorable Edmund Yazzie did not vote. With that, Mr. Speaker, you have a vote of 19 in favor, 0 opposed.
Speaker Damon, this is Delegate Crotty, and I vote green. Thank you.
Honorable Amber Knussbach Crotty votes green. Mr. Speaker, you have a vote of 20 in favor, 0 opposed. Mr. Chair not voting. Mr. Speaker.
Colleagues, 20 in favor, 0 opposed. Chair not voting. Motion carries on legislation 0180-21. If you're just joining us, we are having our regular Naabik'íyáti committee meeting. We did vote on the consent agenda items. Legislation 0170, 0183, 0191, 0196, and 0200-21. We just got done with legislation 0180-21. Before we go over to legislation 0181-21, I'm turning the virtual gavel over to Honorable Slater, as we'll be back on the line later. Honorable Slater is going to take over. Honorable Slater.
Thank you, Speaker. Good afternoon, colleagues. We're going to move on to item C, legislation 181-21, an action relating to the Naabik'íyáti Committee confirming the Navajo Nation President's appointment of Shana Bearhan to serve as a member of the Navajo Nation Tax Commission. Can we get this legislation read into the record?
Thank you, Chairman Pro Tem, Honorable Slater. Tracking number 0181-21, an action relating to the Naabik'íyáti Committee confirming the Navajo Nation President's appointment of Shana Bearhan to serve as a member of the Navajo Tax Commission. Legislation is sponsored by Honorable Edison J. Winika. There are no committee reports. Naabik'íyáti is final authority. Per Navajo Nation Council Standing Committee Rules of Order, Rule 9. Legislation has been read into the record by electronic voice recording. Chairman Pro Tem.
Thank you very much.
Charles Newton.
The chair will entertain a motion to adopt the legislation.
Motion by Charles Newton.
Second, Helona.
Chair recognizes a motion from Delegate Charles Newton and a second from Delegate Helona. Committee members, is there discussion or questions on this legislation? Discussion or questions going twice? Discussion or questions going 3 times? Will you please proceed to a roll call vote on legislation 181-21?
Honorable Elmer Begay.
I'll vote green.
Honorable Elmer Begay votes green. Honorable Keal Begay Jr.
Delegate Keal votes green. Thank you.
Honorable Keal Begay Jr. votes green. Honorable Paul Begay Jr.
Delegate Paul Begay, green.
Honorable Paul Begay Jr. votes green. Honorable Nathaniel Brown.
Delegate Brown votes green. Yeah.
Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes green. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton.
Charles Newton votes green.
Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton votes green. Honorable Amber Kunersbaugh-Crotty.
Shema, Delegate Amber Kunersbaugh-Crotty, and I vote green. Thank you.
Honorable Amber Kunersbaugh-Crotty votes green. Honorable Speaker Damon. Honorable Speaker Damon votes green. Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr.
I vote green.
Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr. votes green. Honorable Mark Freeland.
Green.
Honorable Mark Freeland votes green. Honorable Pernell Helona.
Helona votes green.
Honorable Pernell Helona votes green. Honorable Jamie Henyo.
Henyo votes green.
Honorable Jamie Henyo votes green. Honorable Rich James.
Delegate James votes green.
Honorable Rich James votes green. Honorable Ricky Nez.
Delegate Rick News votes green.
Honorable Ricky Nez votes green. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr.
Green.
Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. votes green. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr.
Green.
Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. votes green. Honorable Charlene So.
I
Honorable
vote green.
Charlene So. Honorable Charlene So votes green. Honorable Daniel So. Honorable Daniel So.
Daniel So votes green.
Honorable Daniel So votes green. Honorable Eugene So.
Letitia Share.
Honorable Eugene So votes green. Honorable Otto So. Honorable Otto So votes green. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. does not vote. Honorable Edison Winika. Honorable Edison Winika votes green. Honorable Eben Yazzie. Honorable Eben Yazzie. Honorable Eben Yazzie does not vote. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair.
I vote green. Thank you.
Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes green. Going back up, Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. did not vote. Honorable Eben Yazzie. Honorable Eben Yazzie.
Green.
Honorable Eben Yazzie votes green. That, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem, you have a vote of 22 in favor, 0 opposed. Mr. Speaker Pro Tem not voting.
Thank you very much. Congratulations, Ms. Barehand, and to Ms. Kiyazi on your appointments to the Tax Commission. We're going to move on to 6D, receive reports. Item A, update report from the Commission on Navajo Government Development on the status of the Commission and office operations. I'm going to request staff, has there been an update on whether we'll have commissioners or the current management to provide a report?
Mr. Chairman Pro Tem?
Mr. Rico?
Yeah, I believe we have Ms. Dedman on the line and also Mr. Shonovan Dale. Chairman Pro Tem.
Chair Dedman, are you on the line?
Yes, I am, sir.
Okay, you're recognized to provide your report.
Thank you, sir. Chairman Pro Tem, as well as members of the Naabik'íyáti Committee. Thank you for this opportunity. I'm not sure exactly what reports are wanting to be heard, but I can give a recap of the executive director position if that's the wishes of the NABI committee.
Thank you, Ms. Dedman. I believe that's what the request was, and then also the continuity of operations. Delegate So, you are the delegate who requested for this report, and I guess I should have asked yourself to provide an introduction to this report. Could you reiterate the scope of your request, and then we might go to our Office of Legislative Counsel to discuss this as it may be a personnel matter. Delegate So, you're recognized.
Thank you, Pro Temp Chair. Regarding this, I did receive some concerning phone calls and emails as far as with the oncoming commission members that were recently appointed and the one that's being confirmed right now. It is a personnel issue, so I, in my opinion, would think that it would be appropriate to address more in an executive session. And I'm sure that with the discretion of the last executive director's position and outgoing stage should be carefully considered, sharing with the public. And that's as far as I'll go, sir. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Delegate So. Ms. Dedman, have you discussed with any attorneys, I guess the Office of Legislative Counsel would be your counsel, on what can be conveyed publicly? And the answer is no, then we'll go to the Office of Legislative Counsel to get some advisement.
No, I have not, sir.
Okay. Well, to protect you and then also the or whoever individuals are involved in this. Ms. Bobroff, are you on the line?
Thank you, Gary.
Oh, Ms. Bobroff, you're recognized. The question that we're discussing is, have you been listening?
Yes, I have been listening. So it does sound to me that Delegate So would, so the statement that can be made publicly, and this is public, at least part of it is public information. I don't have the date in front of me or the resolution number, but the Government Development Commission exercised their statutory authority and has released the former executive director of the office. He was a political appointee. The commission took that action by resolution. And so that resolution could be presented to the public as far as underlying details that should be discussed in executive session. In that executive session should only be council delegates Office of Legislative Counsel, staff, Government Development Commission, current staff, and Department of Justice and Speaker's Office. Thank you. I hope that answered that question.
Thank you, Ms. Bobroff. Committee members, you heard some advisement on some background noise. You heard some advisement on whether we should resolve ourselves into executive session. And I ask for your guidance.
Chair.
Delegate So.
Thank you, Chair. Could we, I would like to motion if we can go into executive session for 30 minutes and then following just to get an overall report on how the commission is running and just the overall projects and where they are in accomplishing their work in the scope, and just any further updates to follow after we exit executive session. Sir.
Second to that motion, Solona.
Okay, as Chair Pro Tem of the committee, I think that the second part of the request that contains updates on general programmatic achievements is something that should be heard on the record, and I don't think it's consistent with Navajo Nation law and the rules of the committee to ask that that be reported off the record in executive session. So I'll recognize the portion to discuss personnel matters, but if we're going to discuss matters relating to the general programmatic accomplishments and the direction of the program, then I believe that needs to be discussed on the record.
Chair, Delegate So.
Delegate So, you recognized?
Yes, Chair. That was my intent of my statement, was to get the executive session out of the way and then following the report after we exit executive session, sir. Thank you.
Chair recognizes a motion from Delegate Charlene So and a second from Delegate Halona to resolve the committee into executive session. Can I get guidance from Delegate So, the motioning party, on how long the executive session will last?
Sir, I stated for 30 minutes.
Okay, thank you, Delegate So. Committee members, questions, discussion?
Chair Halona.
Discussion going. Delegate Halona, you're recognized.
Yes, thank you, Chair. I'm not sure that 30 minutes might be long enough. Could we move it to an hour, and then if we're done before then, we can always go into recess until we come back into session. Okay.
Delegate So, there's a request to modify to go for no longer than 1 hour.
Sir, I will go ahead and modify that to 1 hour. Thank you.
Okay. Committee members, questions, discussion? Going twice? Going 3 times? Can we please have a roll call vote on the motion?
Honorable Elmer Begay.
I'll vote green.
Honorable Elmer Begay votes green. Honorable Keon Begay Jr. Honorable Keon Begay Jr. Honorable Keon Begay Jr. did not vote. Honorable Paul Begay Jr.
Delegate Paul Begay votes green.
Paul Begay Jr. votes green. Honorable Nathaniel Brown.
Delegate Brown votes green.
Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes green. Honorable Regina Charles Newton.
Delegate Charles Newton votes green.
Honorable Regina Charles Newton votes green. Honorable Amber Kuniswak-Carty.
Shema, this is Delegate Amber Kuniswak-Carty, and I vote green. Thank you.
Honorable Amber Kuniswak-Carty votes green. Honorable Speaker Damon.
I vote green.
Honorable Speaker Damon votes green. Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr.
Green.
Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr. votes green. Honorable Mark Freeland.
Green.
Honorable Mark Freeland votes green. Honorable Pernell Halona.
What about green?
Honorable Pernell Halona votes green. Honorable Jamie Henio.
Henio votes green.
Jamie Henio votes green. Honorable Jamie Henio votes green. Honorable Vince James.
Delegate James votes green.
Honorable Vince James votes green. Honorable Ricky Nez.
Delegate Rick Nez votes green.
Honorable Ricky Nez votes green. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr.
Green.
Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. votes green. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr.
Sorry.
Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. votes green. Honorable Charlene So.
I vote green.
Honorable Charlene So votes green. Honorable Daniel So.
I vote green.
Honorable Daniel So votes green. Honorable Eugene So.
Vote is
Honorable Eugene So votes green. Honorable Otto So. Honorable Otto So votes green. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr.
I vote green.
Thomas Walker Jr. votes green. Honorable Edison Wanika. Honorable Edison Wanika votes green. Honorable Edmund Yazzie. Honorable Edmund Yazzie. Honorable Edmund Yazzie did not vote. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair.
Delegate Yellowhair votes green.
Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes green. Going back up. Honorable Kealan Brigade Jr. Honorable Kealan Brigade Jr. Honorable Kealan Brigade Jr. did not vote. Honorable Edmund Yazzie.
Green.
Honorable Edmund Yazzie votes green. That Chair Pro Tem, you have a vote of 22 in favor and 0 opposed. Mr. Chair Pro Tem not voting.
Thank you very much. Committee members, it appears the Naabonation email system is down right now. And so staff members and I ask chairs once they receive a text indicating the executive session information to make sure that all of their committee members have that at their disposal. We're going to resolve ourselves into executive session for no longer than 1 hour. Thank you.
Yeah.